evening to you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into the 21st annual SATH Radiothon here on C103 99.5 The Edge and Goodguysradiotv.com. We want to say thank you to our sponsors from the get-go. A big thank you to Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. Big thank you to them for making it possible for us to be on the air here tonight with the SATH Radiothon, 21 years strong, and boy, we have done a lot over that 20 years. Want to welcome in Linda Allen, the Executive Director for SATH and Camp Dovetail. Linda, welcome into year 21. You've done this longer than I have.
Well, we've been having a good time doing it, raising a lot of money, too.
That's awesome. And over that now 20 years, thousands upon thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, last year was our biggest year of 30,000, but we've been strong at least 10 almost every year for many years.
Yeah.
So it's in the hundreds of thousands that we've raised here. So thank you.
Absolutely. And it is phenomenal. Of course, we say we've raised, but really it's the folks out there that have the heart for Camp Dovetail and SATH to step up and make those pledges. So we're going to issue a plea early and often. Please call in and pledge. That number is going to be 937-544-9722. And we will have, of course, plenty happening throughout the evening. Going to be taking calls and getting those folks on the air as they call in to pledge here on C103 99.5 The Edge and Goodguysradiotv.com. Linda, we're going to get started in full here in just a minute. Okay. We're going to go ahead and put that plea out there. Call 937-544-9722. We'll get things rolling with the SATH Radiothon right here coming up after this.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxla Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxla Tractor.
Welcome back in again, folks, to the 21st annual SATH Radiothon here on C103 99.5 The Edge and Goodguysradiotv.com. Again, thank you to our sponsors, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. We've already got phones ringing, which is a wonderful sound,
Yes, it
Linda.
is.
We're going to start that early. We've already got folks calling in to make a pledge. We actually have each year quite a few pledges that happen before the Radiothon ever kicks off. So I think we're starting off pretty good this year, right?
Yep, with $1,475.
That's awesome. So we've got a little bit of a head start, folks. But, of course, throughout the night, we are looking for you to continue to help that number grow. Last year reached $30,000, our largest ever. And while that's, of course, a goal in the back of our mind, we'd love to reach that. That'd be awesome. We'll aim a little more modestly to start. And then that way, when we do reach 30, we're going to be really excited. So, Linda, let's start by talking a little about what SATH and Camp Dovetail are, because I know folks hear those entities
Right.
all the time, especially as we lead up to this. And throughout the year, you guys host a ton of different events. But
Yes.
tell us a little about SATH and what that stands for.
Well, SATH is Supplementary Assistance to the Handicap, and we have been in existence for 43 years. And SATH is the nonprofit, and it was founded by a group of parents that had children with special needs, and they wanted to have recreational opportunities for their children, and so they formed the nonprofit. And then over the years, the 41 years, right after they formed a camp. Because the summer camp was what was appealing to the children, because back then special needs kids couldn't attend camp, because there wasn't any way that they could do that. So we formed Camp Dovetail, and it is a nonprofit also. It's with the SATH, and it's each summer, the third week in June, and we've had as many as 350 children with special needs from all over, and over 700 volunteers. And we train them, the volunteers, and we don't turn children away because of their disability or their age or where they're from. We are wanting to have kids there from all over, and we don't want to discriminate. So the hard part sometimes is getting the volunteers, because we do one-on-one.
Right.
But it is an awesome program, and SATH has just been really proud to be able to fund Camp Dovetail for 41 years, and it's awesome. And I think we have one of our parents that has twins that comes to camp on the phone
awesome.
right now.
Fantastic.
So is line 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cindy? All right.
Oh, it's Cindy.
All right.
Oh,
So
Cindy, okay.
We'll start off the night, and we're going to have conversations throughout the evening with volunteers, with folks who are parents, or even some of the campers themselves I know are going to be calling in throughout the night. So let's go ahead and we'll head to Cindy here. Cindy, hey, good evening. How are you?
I'm just fine.
Wonderful, and welcome into the SATH Radiothon. We want to say a big thank you for calling in here and joining us as we raise money for Camp Dovetail here tonight. So, Cindy, tell us a little about your relationship with Camp Dovetail, if you would.
My granddaughters, they're autistic. They're twins, and Linda knows them. They've been coming, I guess, since they were 4 years old. They're now 8. And Camp Dovetail just means so much to them. The socialization they get, the fact that there is a volunteer, either a high school or adult, working with them daily, that's one-on-one. They know the people there. They go in and they recognize who was there from last year.
Right.
The boating, fishing, horseback riding, crafts, you name it, it's there, and they love it. I mean, and you can see that in the face of every camper there. When it's over and we start to go somewhere, one of them will look at me and go, "Camp? We going to camp?" And I go, "No, camp's over for the year." And for a month afterwards, every time we get in the car, one of them will say, "Camp? Go to camp?" And I go, So my recommendation for anybody that wants to see delight going on, stop by when camp's going on and look at all the counselors, all the volunteers, and all the campers that are there. It's a wonderful, wonderful time for everybody.
Yeah, and I think that's so awesome to hear the impact that's made on your two granddaughters, that they love it so much that they're ready to go right back. So when that June week rolls around, what's the excitement level as camp starts to gear up and get a little closer for you guys?
Well, we don't really tell them that much until it's like 2 days before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, that sounds like it might be a good plan, the way that you're talking, that they're excited, they're ready to go.
They're ready to go. I mean, school is over, they're bored, and they can't wait to go to camp.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, we just love Molly and Savannah, just so you know.
You know who I'm talking about, then.
Oh, I do. Those twins.
Both of them were considered nonverbal when they started the long haul of preschool, and now they're in second grade. Molly is speaking a lot more, and I think part of it is being at camp. I mean, she's around people. around people that talk to her, around other kids her age. Savannah is brightening up and starting it too. It's just a great experience. They love it. I wish that the camp went on all summer. I know it's not possible, but 4 days is just such a short time.
Yeah, but and I think though it is short, the incredible impact that has. I mean, obviously, again, as you talk about your two granddaughters, Cindy. So, do they have a particular favorite activity for the week at Camp Dovetail? Any one thing to pick out?
Probably the pool, playing in the water.
Yeah,
Pools, kiddie pools.
This year they did crafts, and I know Molly especially. I had to go buy finger paints with a paintbrush so she could do just painting here at the house.
that's awesome though. Started a whole new hobby for her.
Oh, whatever they do at camp, they come home and want to do also.
Yeah.
Good.
That is phenomenal. Well, hey, you tell them thank you for the donation, and of course, thank you as well for calling and donating, and certainly appreciate you sharing the impact that Camp Dovetail has had on your family.
Well, it's been a big impact, and as I said, I wish it was longer. I know it's difficult to do it longer, but they miss it when it's over.
Yeah. And I'm sure, Linda, you have stories like that all the time.
Yes.
And as she was saying with her granddaughters, both considered nonverbal, but have grown in those skill sets and that just opening up.
We've watched them grow.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well,
Yeah.
again, thank you very much.
Thanks, Cindy, for calling in.
You're welcome, and I'll see you next year.
All right.
There you go. See, she's ready to go
Yeah.
too. Thank you, Cindy.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, and I think that's so awesome to hear. And Linda, like we said, with those stories of these two young ladies who have gone in and just really blossomed and come into their own, and to have that experience, is that something you guys see a lot?
Yes, it is. And I know in talking to their mom before, it's really hard for them to get a break, for anybody to be able to watch them, even when they were younger, And so camp gives the parents that break. But while they're there, they're interacting with other children. And they're also, a lot of our people working at camp are trained specialists in their field. We have speech pathologists. We have people that do therapy. We have those people working with them, even though they're volunteers. My girls here tonight, they have some of those abilities and trainings. And so they're always using that during camp to help those children.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Molly and Savannah are excelling the way they are. And she's right. We at camp, we do an awesome job. We have
Yeah.
awesome staff. I'll just tell you.
and we'll tote them for early and often as well,
Right.
because it really truly is. I mean, when you're talking about again, you've reached as many as 300 and some campers.
Yeah.
through Camp
350.
Dovetail, 350,
It's
which
our
is
biggest week ever was 350.
yeah, which is just a crazy amount. And then you consider, of course, every camper has their own counterpart with volunteers. So you're talking 700 people there, and then beyond that, all of the support staff and everybody else that helps to make the weekend happen.
That's right.
It's a crazy amount of people that
It
come
is.
together.
But we need some crazy people calling in right now to support us. We need some people to call in and make a pledge, because we can't do camp. We get no state or federal funding.
Right.
We have to rely on fundraisers and donations. So it's real important because we don't charge the children. It's $40 to come to camp, and that covers your T-shirt, your camp picture, and some part of the insurance. But if a child can't afford the $40, that's why we're here tonight, to see if people out there will pledge $40 or $20 or whatever and help us send kids to camp. Because every year, out of 300 kids, 80, 90, 100 can't afford $40.
Right.
And we don't turn them away. We say, we'll get you a scholarship. So call in tonight, make a pledge, and sponsor one of these kids that'll need a scholarship next year.
Yeah, $40 will help sponsor that
Make a
child.
difference.
$200, I believe, is the goal for a child for the full week to help fully
adopt a camper.
fully adopt. Right. So if you give what you can, of course, folks, whether it's 40, whether it's 200, or as Linda said, no amount's going to be turned away or unappreciated, because every little cent goes to help. And I think it's interesting you talk about the fact that you guys have no state funding, considering the entity that you are and the longevity that you guys have had. So within that, there's a lot of hurdles, a lot of hoops to jump through to maintain that nonprofit status and to continue, through the years with that. So talk a little about that, if you would.
Well, like when COVID hit, that could have destroyed us, you
Yeah.
know, because we could not hold fundraisers, but we didn't have camp. But we still got T-shirts for the kids and had them come out and get a T-shirt, because every year they get a T-shirt.
Right.
But, you know, the community rallied around us then. And even though we couldn't do some of the fundraisers, when we did a fundraiser, it went, you know, phenomenal. It just really, people knew they weren't able to give, to program the year before. But all of our programs are run through donations and fundraisers. And, you know, if a fundraiser doesn't make it, that's a hardship.
Right.
We're not going to be able to we're not doing breakfast with Santa this year. There's several reasons why our Santa is under the weather. Last year it didn't really make anything, which isn't a big deal. We want it to be an outreach for the community.
Right.
But, you know, when you have to pay a lot out, that takes money away from camp. So it's kind of like, you know, we have to make sure that we raise enough money for things like camp, because it's the most important thing that we do. The kids live for.
Absolutely.
So,
well, we just heard it there. The two
and-
young ladies,
Yes.
they can't even tell them they're going to camp until the
Right.
day before.
And we have had kids, Andy Howard, we lost Andy two weeks after camp this year. Andy had been with us probably 25 years coming to camp. And, you know, he lived for camp. You'd see that big smile when he got there, and camp meant everything to him. It meant everything to his parents. People don't realize that 1 week of giving those parents a break or letting
Right.
them be a normal kid with our kids is what we excel in doing, and we want to do that. And I think when we lost Andy, I mean, it was really, really hard for all of us, because they had just been so, well, Tina was a board member, John worked at GE, they come out and work at camp.
Right.
And it was such a blow to lose one of our kids, and everybody felt the effect. We went to the memorial service, and they came from Columbus and Cincinnati, all over, our volunteers, to be there for that family, because those kids are part of our family.
Yeah.
And it's just really hard when we lose one, because they have had an impact on us. I know we've had an impact on them and the families, but these families, some of them, like I say, these kids live for that week,
Yeah.
and the families do.
Well, and to say that you've built, I think you use the word family very well, because that's truly what
It
it
is a
is.
family.
Even just from the scope of, you know, seeing what you guys do and being able to talk with you guys, it truly becomes a very unique bond that I don't think, without witnessing it firsthand, you really can't understand what that's like.
That's true. I think I tell people all the time, you know, once you let a child with special needs touch your heart, you'll never be the same again.
Yeah.
You come to camp, if you don't come back, there's something wrong with you. And if you don't support it, you know, because I tell all of my volunteers when we start trainings, they say, what are the qualifications? And what all do I have to know? What I got to do? I said, you have to have a big heart.
Yeah.
If you've got a big heart, that's the main quality, you know, and qualification, because you have to have a big heart. Because some of it isn't easy. I'm not going to say being a volunteer is easy. It's not. Some of the girls here tonight, at least one I know, some of them were ready to quit after, you know, certain years. It's hard. It's a hard week of work.
It is,
But,
yeah.
you know, after it's over, it's the most rewarding thing that you'll do, and you just can't wait till next year. I think we tell this all the time. When the kids show up, the campers, especially our new ones that's never been there before, they may be scared and cry, and they've never seen any of us. Here's all these people standing around. They don't know who we are.
Right.
And mom's going to leave them there, you know? But by Friday, when mom comes to pick them up, they're crying again because they don't want to go home. They've made that connection with that volunteer. They're part of our camp family. They're having the time of their life, and now they don't want to go home. And that's what we love to see. And then that night after they're gone and we have our little praise time, I'll ask the volunteers, how many of your campers cried today? You know, how many of you cried? We're still crying. We miss them already. You know?
Yeah.
So it has an impact on my volunteers, on the campers, on the parents. Yeah, it really has an impact.
That's awesome. Well, folks, we are already half an hour into our radiothon. We want to encourage you to call in 937-544-9722. Again, we're going to keep these ladies busy here in the lobby, raising money for Camp Dovetail and of course, SATH, a wonderful organization that does so much for the community. So please call 937-544-9722. and donate to Camp Dovetail. Again, whether it's $40 to help sponsor a camper, $200 to help adopt that camper for the week and make sure that their cost is covered, or any amount, please call and donate. Again, 937-544-9722. We're already almost $1,500 in, which is awesome. And when we come back, we're going to read some of those pledges through for folks who have already called in and donated here early for the SATH Radiothon. So, again, thank you to our sponsors, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. We'll be back with more from the SATH Radiothon coming up here on 99.5 The Edge, C103, and Goodguysradiotv.com.
To get to know people as people, not just customers. That's very important to Mosier Furniture. Today, we were lucky enough to have 2 customers call us and brag about the fact that they loved their furniture and they're still loving it after a great number of years. We like to hear that. There's no doubt Mosier Furniture and Appliance has a lot of great customers, but we're always looking for more. Mosier Furniture and Appliance in West Union, Ohio. We're here whenever you need us.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Ohio. Because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Tony Staggs is your one-stop shop in Adams and Brown County for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Tony Staggs is ready to help. Call 937-544-0922 for surprisingly great rates today.
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Southern Ohio Propane, family owned and operated by Brian and Cindy Michael and Brad and Courtney Wright, serving Highland County and all surrounding counties. They value their current and future customers, offering competitive pricing and fast and friendly, dependable service. Trust Southern Ohio Propane with all your residential and farm propane needs. Call 937-466-5005 or visit southernohiopropane.com.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and
oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls it up for the 3, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shaq Sports, C103, and Good Guys Radio TV. Welcome back in, folks, to the 21st annual SATH Radiothon here on Goodguysradiotv.com, along with C103 and 99.5 The Edge. If you're listening to this on the radio, you can check it out at Goodguysradiotv.com. I believe we're also streaming on our YouTube page and Facebook page on C103 Country. So lots of ways to tune in tonight, and of course, lots of ways to donate. You can head to campdovetail.com, which is KAMPDOVE. TAIL.com, and we'll get to that interesting spelling here in a little bit to explain kind of the story behind that, because of course everything has a story, Linda. Or of course you can call here at the station, 937-544-9722. We do want to say another thank you to our sponsors, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, as well as National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance agent Tony Staggs, and also thanks to Tony for supplying pizza tonight. I know he is one of the board members. He's still board president.
Yes,
for
he is.
SATH. So a big thank you to him, as well as Southern Ohio Propane. Thank you to those great folks stepping up and making the Radiothon and Telethon happen again this year. And Linda, thank you to you and your staff and all the volunteers and everybody that helps to make this happen, because while we set up some cameras and microphones, it's you guys that put in a lot of legwork to get this thing rolling. In fact, have already 1,500, probably more than 1,500 now, as we are starting to take those donations in. So let's start with our pledges for the evening. We'll roll through those and thank the folks who have already called in.
That's right. Venture Productions, $1,000. Venture Production is where a lot of our kids here in Adams County go. So thank you, Venture Productions, $1,000.
I tried to get Dan to stick around.
And
He said he was too busy tonight. So
Dan, but thank you, Dan, for dropping off that check. Edith and Gary Heaton, every year they donate $125. Liz Lafferty and Dane Clark, $100. Mike and Kathy Pearson, $50. Horn Law Office, $50. Jessica Polstra, $50. Jesse's one of our staff, or camper, volunteer. Cindy Wilson, the grandma of Savannah and Molly Todd, $25. And John Howard called in memory of Andy Howard, $200. So thank you, John. Thank you.
That's awesome. And I know we talked briefly about Andy and the legacy he leaves behind with being a longtime camper and, of course, a family that's been very, very involved with SATH and Camp Dovetail throughout the years. And I think, you talked a little earlier about how the volunteers, obviously, you touch the lives of those kids that come into camp, but even more so, it's the campers who touch the lives of the volunteers, have touched your life, especially throughout the last several years as you've done this, Linda. And with that, I know it's always hard losing those kids.
That's the worst.
Yeah. But it's an unfortunate
They're like
thing.
yours.
Yeah.
We were driving home from Gatlinburg, and I got the call from Tina, and I cried from about, Portsmouth. And my husband was very understanding, because he knows. I said, we just lost one of our kids. And he didn't immediately think I was one of our daughters. He knew when I talk about my camp kids, and it's very hard. It's very hard to have that parent tell you, and then to go to the visitation or the funeral, and to say goodbye to that child when they've been with you 25, 26 years every summer and at a lot of the activities. Andy was at our charity ball. Andy's been in a lot of things over the years because Tina was a board member. John worked at GE, and they were just very instrumental in a lot of parts of camp. A lot. And so it's really hard to lose them.
Yeah.
And while we're on that note, we're not going to hear from Jordan Ryan this year. Jordan has called in almost 20 years in a row, him and Joyce, and made pledges and supported camp. And Jordan was sick and never got to attend camp. But Jordan had always made this week a priority. He would save up for our Radiothon every year, and you knew he would call in several times.
Right.
And at the end of the night, he'd want me to take a picture of our group so I could send it to him. And that was a very hard funeral also to go to. And just like Andy, Jordan's memorials all were for Camp Dovetail. Those two boys together probably brought almost $10,000 in memorials because they wanted it to go to camp, because they felt so strongly about it. But it's gonna be hard tonight not hearing Jordan call in and asking me, where are we at? How much more do we need to make our goal? And then, he would make the pledge. And so, you know what, if you're out there and you're listening, call in and make a pledge in honor of Jordan, or in honor of Andy, or one of our kids, or maybe you've got a loved one you want to make a donation in memory of, and we'll talk about that on the air. But it is hard when you lose one of your kids or your volunteers. It is.
Well, and speaking from our side of things, Jordan was one of we always called him our biggest fan, our greatest supporter. He truly was. And Jordan is the reason that we started televising. Jordan was always our biggest proponent for Good Guys Radio TV, and was always there to let us know, he loved what we were doing and would support us in every way and share and love and like. And he was just he's one of our best friends, and it really has been such a hard year not having him here. And so, to have that. To have tonight happen in their memory and Andy's memory and Jordan's memory, I think is such an awesome way to honor their legacies. And again, to have seen, even in their passing, to continue that legacy with raising thousands of dollars for this organization that they loved, I think truly shows just how much they were loved and how much good they put out in the world. So,
Yeah.
to Jordan and Andy, we certainly miss you, and we dedicate tonight to them.
Yeah, that's what I told Joyce today. We were going to dedicate this to the boys tonight because it meant a lot to them and they meant a lot to us.
Well, Linda, before I tear up much more, let's talk a little about SATH and again, the entity SATH has existed for now 41 years.
Yeah.
So throughout that 41 years, just how much have we seen SATH change? I know, again, we said earlier, camp was kind of the big push that the original group wanted to have happen. But beyond that, you guys do a ton of things throughout the year, throughout the community. So,
well, when it started out, camp was only about 25 kids, and so we've grown tremendously. I mean, to 325 and 350, and we started doing more programs for children. Before they would do the camp, and we did a arts festival and a Saturday swim program at the Y, and now, we offer. Also wheelchair sports, but we've had breakfast with Santa, lunch with the bunny. We do different things that they can be at, just like the charity ball or they come to that. Many of them come to that like it's a prom for them.
Yeah.
But we try to offer programs and things that the kids don't normally get to do and make it accessible for them, just like the camp. But we have grown, yes, and we have grown really big. And just like with the volunteers at camp, it started out being a few hundred, and now some meals we feed anywhere from 700 to 1,000 people, depending on, it takes about 25 to 30 people to serve a meal.
Right.
And we have to have Lions clubs, church groups, and to come in and do that for us. And with the horses and the fishing and the boating, it takes people to come in and do that besides our one-on-one. But we have just really grown in the programs that we do for the kids. But the one thing that just keeps growing is the camp.
Yeah.
And it just keeps getting bigger and
Well,
bigger.
speaking of, I saw a ribbon cutting that just happened not too long ago at Rocky Fort Camp.
Yes, we were in dire need of a better horse facility. The horses were staying in an old barn there on the property of the lake. It was ready to fall over, and we needed a place to store them because people would. Well, at one point, we just had stalls out there or gates up, and people, while we were sleeping, would open up the gates and let the horses out. And we needed a place that was a little bit more secure. And the one thing we really wanted is, if it was raining, we wanted to be able to still ride horses. So we built a horse barn, and the inside has an arena big enough that we could do sidewalking in the barn.
Yeah.
But that was through a grant that we were able to secure. And then one of the wonderful people probably listening tonight wondered why we didn't have electric in it. We had these panels up that you could kind of see through because we didn't have the money for the electric. And lo and behold, she asked how much it was going to cost. And she just wrote a check and sent it to us. And now we have electric in that horse barn. But that's the kind of awesome people we have.
Yeah.
I mean, the need was so great, though. We have 18 stalls in it. It's a beautiful big building. And the horses are kept in there. And it's our equipment's kept in there. So it is awesome, and that was through a grant that we had gotten that I wrote to the state.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, and grant writing has very much become your specialty throughout the years. Out of necessity,
Yeah.
Again,
we've gotten 2 or 3. We've gotten a storage building, a nurse's station, a laundry room, and then of course the horse barn through grants.
Yeah.
And there are grants that our state representatives and our Congress, they've been really good to hook up with me and say, what do you need?
Mm-hmm.
And they asked me that several years ago. We needed showers and bathrooms. And what do you need? And that was several years ago. And through grant writing, we were able to secure that. Now there's 8 really nice showers and bathrooms there. And it was really funny when we were building those. The contractor goes, why are all of these handicapped? Why can't we just only do like 2 or 3 handicapped? I said, no, all 8 will be handicap accessible because I'm tired of my people, as they would call them down there, your people, going up on the hill and having one shower they can use or one toilet
Right.
because that's all that's handicap accessible. The other people are just going to have to get used to it. You
Yeah,
know? And
exactly.
so we build it to accommodate us, but everybody can use it. And we have a fishing dock now that they can go out on. And we're working on with the state with Rocky Ford State Park, a way to have some kind of a platform or a dock to get them on a pontoon boat without having, because it's so hard to get the kids in wheelchairs on those pontoon boats. So we're working. I mean, the more we can do at the park to make it accessible, not just for our kids during the 1 week, but for anybody that comes out there.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's a win-win. You know, what we do and build, it's only going to be, it's helpful for everybody.
Right.
You know, so, but yeah, we've really, in my 36 years, we've done a lot.
Let's talk about the bathroom situation prior to the building of, because this is always one of my favorite stories.
How about how long it took for the showers?
Yes.
Because, you know, before we built the 8 showers down at the bottom, we had 2 in the barn, which we built in this old barn that the park let us use. We put 2 in there that was all handicap accessible. You could take a wheelchair right in it.
Yeah.
And the rest of the people had to go up on the hill and use the regular showers with everybody else. Usually it would take about 4 to 5 hours to get all the campers showered and ready for, they'd start in the afternoon, sometimes 2:33, and at 7, 8 o'clock at night, we're still finishing showers. And then the volunteers would start after the kids went to bed, and it would be 1 or 2 in the morning before all them got showered. So we kept saying, we need more showers and bathrooms, because even what's at the state park, we're sharing it with everybody else.
Right, yeah.
So it was pretty much, it was probably an 8 to 12 hour day of showers between volunteers and campers. And some of the kids didn't want to take showers because it took so long. You know, I don't go wait in line for 2 hours. You know, I'm missing out on something. And they were.
Right.
So, and even though we staggered the schedule, it still didn't matter. We just didn't have enough. Now we're in great shape.
That's
we're in
awesome.
great shape.
And certainly the facilities just across the board have changed so much throughout the years. From the earliest, that's probably one of the biggest things that's changed for you guys. So talk about those early, very primitive days to what campers get to enjoy now.
Well, in the early days, we had army tents with no floors in them. We had some GP mediums and some rounds, and there were no floors in them, so they slept on the ground. And if it rained, the water came in, and most of those tents were, they let us use them up at Columbus.
Yeah.
And they had holes in them, and we'd patch them with duct tape, and we had a lady that would try to sew them. And so then GE got involved. They come out, and they were helping us tear down one, and he goes, look how muddy it is in here. So then they built, they had that foam that they wrapped their engines in, the testing at the testing site. So they said, well, we'll give you some foam, but what are you going to put them on? So then we went everywhere we could find those skids, like, you know, at Walmart or Kmart, and we started putting them on skids. Well, then GE built actual platforms, and we put the foam down, and we put them in the army tents, so the kids were up off the ground.
Yeah.
And that worked for a while until the bed bugs started getting in those old cushions and everything. But yeah, that was also back in the days where we didn't have enough showers and we didn't have good bedding, and that was back when our horses were just out with some gates. And I'll never forget, one morning I woke up and I could hear it kind of right outside my window in my camper. There was a horse.
Fantastic.
And I'm like, oh my goodness, somebody had opened up the gate and let them loose, you know.
Wonderful. Yeah.
And so yeah, we had some issues back in the beginning, and but it's gotten a lot better.
Needless to say, improvements have been made.
Yeah, we've got tents with floors in them. Yeah. and we don't have as many, and we don't have to stack them on top of each other. And we got the showers, and we got a barn for the horses, and you know, there's just a lot of things that have improved over the years. So, and it's just with the support and the help of the community, and through fundraisers that we've been able to purchase things and do things.
Well, before we continue on, folks, let's just remind you again, the number to call here is 937-544-9722. Please call and donate to Camp Dovetail. All these great things that we've been talking about with Linda, they can't happen if we don't have folks donating to Camp Dovetail. So please do so. Call 937-544-9722. It is a tax-deductible donation. You know, we're coming into that time of year where that might be something you're, worried about or starting to think about. It's the tax season, which, thank goodness I don't have to think too much about that, but we'll still donate all the same. 937-544-9722. That is the number to dial for the SATH Radio and Telethon here. As Linda, it looks like we're starting to add on to our total a little bit. We are now up to $1,750 as we stand right now. So let's go through a couple more pledges that have come in here so far.
Okay, we have Kelly Levenstein in honor of Matthew and Cooper Lewis, $600. She's sending 3 kids to camp for the week. So $600 from Kelly.
That is awesome. So again, $40 will sponsor a camper, while $200 will adopt a camper for a week. So call in and donate. Again, no amount is too small, folks. Please donate to Camp Dovetail. Call 937-544-9722. I want to put a quick challenge out. I know we've got an election coming up here in just a few weeks. I know there are a lot of political offices that are going to be up for grabs. So anybody out there, if you're running for political office, here's your chance to associate with a really wonderful entity in our community that's been in our community for 40-plus years. Align yourself with SATH, donate. Send a challenge out. You know, I think there's some good old-fashioned competitive spirit would do good for us. So send a challenge out to the person you're running against or other folks in your community. Again, I know there's a lot of big races going on, whether that's this election season. I know we've already started seeing folks putting out for next election season in the spring. So, hey, it's never too early to start in on that campaigning effort. So call in here, 937-544-9722, and donate to SATH and Camp Dovetail. Linda, kind of continuing on the track we were on, talking about all of the big changes from throughout the years. The organizational side of things with your volunteers, that has changed drastically throughout that, 30-plus years now. Talk a little about that from the very earliest days of you kind of managing and doing every single thing along the way, because you kind of had to
in the beginning.
Now building up a wonderful support staff behind you.
Yes. Yeah, in the beginning, I mean, there was a lot fewer people.
Right.
And in the beginning, when I took over being the director, I did wear a lot of the hats. I remember having a piece of I think it was a piece of cardboard from the bottom of a box, and I had all the kids, I had lines drawn on it, and I had each camper's name and their medications and when they were to get them, and I would check them off as we gave them their meds, and that was back before we had nurses and EMTs.
Oh, yeah.
It was like the parents trusted you to do that.
Right.
And I remember a lot of meals were brought in. I remember one lady brought in breakfast, and she had her pillowcase, and it was full of biscuits that she brought in and a pot of gravy, and we had a little grill out back, and back then it was so small,
right?
And a lot of it I did do a lot, and then I decided the more volunteers that got involved. I decided I would like to have had a staff, like group leaders, make them in charge of a group and give them some authority, and then have volunteers under them. And we started doing a lot of different trainings. I mean, Doug, who founded the camp, he'd have a couple meetings, but he didn't really do as many trainings, because a lot of the people that worked at camp back then were all people that worked in the school system, that were your psychs or your therapists and stuff. It wasn't a lot of teenagers.
Right.
And I knew we had young people that were ready to do it. It was just getting them trained. So we started out small with group leaders and staff members, and I have 98 staff members right
Wow.
now.
That's amazing.
And the only thing that's happened over the years, in the beginning, it seemed like recruiting wasn't as hard to get volunteers. Staff, it's, they're lifers, they're voluntold, they're going to be there, But volunteers, it's a little different. We have really kind of suffered through the last couple years not having as many volunteers, because either kids don't want to do it or they've got summer jobs. But after COVID, things kind of dropped a little bit, and we have suffered a little bit through that. But we're hoping that this year we had a retreat a couple weekends ago, and we got some ideas of a good way to maybe recruit and get some more kids involved. We really feel like I can go sit at a school, and I do this a lot during the lunch hour, and try to get them to come over and sign up. And
sure.
6 or 8 kids will sign up, 2 will show up at a meeting, 1 will end up working at camp. Okay, that's still okay. We got 1 volunteer. But we really feel like the way to get volunteers is these volunteers. These young people that have come and worked at camp. This last year was the youngest group of volunteers we've ever had, and the fewest, and they were the best.
Wow.
And they just worked their hearts. I mean, they worked. And I praised them. I told them, you're the best I've ever had. You're the youngest, the newest, the smallest group, you're having to do double duty, but here's what's going to happen. Those are the kids that I think will bring other kids in because they know we need the help.
Yeah.
And I think that's who you get. You get your buddy to come in with you. And I think we're going to give some incentives, and stuff, but we're going to try to figure out a way to get more volunteers because as staff, we're all getting older. And as we get older, we're like, oh, we need some young blood here, young staff, And the one thing I will say, though, over the 36 years, I have been able to delegate more and more, especially the last 4 or 5 years. It's just really, I want to do this as long as I can, but I can do it as long as I have a great staff that I can delegate. The other day, I put on our staff page, I need 20 people to help with Turkey Bingo coming up. I need 20 people. Boom, 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 boom. They all started signing up. I need baked goods for the cakewalk. That's what I wanted my staff to say, yeah, we'll do it. I figured out of 90 people, surely 20 will say, and they did.
Yeah.
So as long as they keep supporting me, the sky's the limit how long I can be here. But it has changed a lot over the years, and we've seen people come and go. But one thing that doesn't get any smaller is the number of campers.
Yeah, right.
That never decreases.
Right.
Never.
Well, I think in years past, you've mentioned even having a waiting list to the point where you're at capacity and
and they're still calling in.
Exactly. You can only take so many campers.
Right.
You can only have so many volunteers. Rocky Fork Lake State Park is only so big, but you push to get as many in as you can.
And that's the thing. I mean, we've told some parents, if you're willing to come and be your camper's volunteer during the week, we'll let you come, and some do it.
Yeah.
Because their child wants to be there. But, and teenagers are funny. We'll have a whole group. This happened a few years ago. A whole group, they were all set. They were ready to go. Well, they found out one of their friends was going to Florida and asked them to go. So we lost like 4 people. Just boom, we're all going to Florida. You've been assigned a camper. Camp's next week. You can't do that. Well, yeah, we can't. We're volunteers. We're not getting paid. We'll see ya. I said, well, don't come back because you ain't going to do this to me twice, And so people had to step up. And teenagers sometimes don't take it seriously. But the ones last year were great. And I'm hoping they all come back and do it again. Because we've had some great volunteers, but it's a hard job. I'm not going to say it's easy. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But it'll be the most rewarding week you've ever had to see the smiles on the kids' faces and to do something good.
Absolutely.
That makes a difference.
Yeah. Well, folks, you can make a difference.
Yes.
We're going to talk about volunteerism and how to join in on that here in just a little bit. But we also, of course, are looking for your donations here this evening. 937-544-9722. That's the number to dial for the SATH Radiothon. Please call in and donate. Again, no amount is too small, whether you can give $20, give $40 and help sponsor a camper, or $200 and adopt the camper for the week. Again, give what you can to help make a huge difference in the life of a child with special needs. And outside of tonight, I know we've got a ton of upcoming events that are other great opportunities for folks to step up and donate their time, their money, their resources, and again, help camp happen this year because I think it's not a sure thing. The money has to come in, the money has to be there.
That's right.
And
or something will have to be cut.
Yeah, and we don't want to do that.
No.
So call in and donate 937-544-9722. We've got plenty more to come with our SATH Radiothon here again in our 21st year. We are here thanks to Adams County Self-Storage as well as Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. We'll be back with more coming up right here on C103 99.5 The Edge at Goodguysradiotv.com.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage.
Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and
Oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the 3, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shaq Sports, C103 and Good Guys Radio TV.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, Thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
To get to know people as people, not just customers. That's very important to Mosier Furniture. Today, we were lucky enough to have 2 customers call us and brag about the fact that they loved their furniture and they're still loving it after a great number of years. We like to hear that. There's no doubt Mosier Furniture and Appliance has a lot of great customers, but we're always looking for more. Mosier Furniture and Appliance in West Union, Ohio. We're here whenever you need us.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interest, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Ohio. Because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Tony Staggs is your one-stop shop in Adams and Brown County for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Tony Staggs is ready to help. Call 937-544-0922 for surprisingly great rates today.
Good neighbor. State Farm is there.
Southern Ohio Propane, family owned and operated by Brian and Cindy Michael and Brad and Courtney Wright, serving Highland County and all surrounding counties. They value their current and future customers, offering competitive pricing and fast and friendly, dependable service. Trust Southern Ohio Propane with all your residential and farm propane needs. Call 937-466-5005 or visit southernohiopropane.com.
Welcome back in, folks, to our 21st annual SATH Radio and Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV. Again, thank you to our sponsors that make it possible for us to do this each and every year. This year, stepping up, we want to thank Adams County Self-Storage, as well as Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. A huge thank you to them, without whom we could not do the Radiothon and Telethon. So thanks for stepping up again this year. And Linda Allen, thanks for joining us again this year. As we said, this makes 21 years. You've been here for each and every one of them. I think we have somewhere we have a plaque hanging up in here, right there on that
picture.
wall,
Yeah,
of Linda that very first year. You've not aged a day.
Oh, thank you.
And you
Thank
have,
you.
and just time has stopped for you. But the rest of us, it's rolling on. Well, these young ladies over here, it stopped for them too. We'll give them a break. But do want to thank everybody for joining us again. And Linda, thank you for coming in and talking with us. I know this is one of many fundraisers for you guys. We talked about all those hats you wear.
Yeah.
That is one you still wear proudly, is fundraiser queen, because you guys do a ton of events throughout the public throughout the year. So
yeah, we have to raise, a lot of money. So we're always thinking of a way we can do it. This is an easy one. I can talk.
Yeah.
I can sit and talk. This is a real easy fundraiser. No lifting, no lugging, no cooking. Just sit and talk.
Yeah.
I'm a talker.
Well, hey, we're glad to be your easiest fundraiser, I guess. So, of course, we do have several more coming up. One that I know is always huge for you guys is Turkey Bingo.
Turkey Bingo.
That's going to be on November 18th. So give us some of the details behind Turkey Bingo and kind of what folks can expect for this year.
Well, first of all, it's not live turkeys. I want to make sure everybody understands. It's Turkey Bingo.
Has that been a question in the past?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No, we don't give away any live turkeys. But no, what we do, it's Turkey Bingo, and it's at the Hillsborough Elementary School. And it starts out at 5 o'clock with a soup supper. We have like chicken and noodles, and we have chili and cornbread and all kinds of desserts and hot dogs. And you can come and eat, and it's a donation. And then the bingo starts at 6 o'clock, and it's $0.25 per card per game.
Okay.
So if you want to play four cards, that's $1. So every game it's $1 for you, and you can play 4 cards. And we give away 25 turkeys. And if it's a double bingo, we don't give away 2 turkeys. You have a choice between a pie that's ready for Thanksgiving or something, a 2-liter or something. But and there's door prizes, and there's split the pot, and we just make it a real fun evening. Steve, my husband, he's the caller. He's up there calling, and those women yell at him all the time. You haven't called B12, or you called that one 15 times now, or and poor Steve, and he'll say
he's a trooper though. Yeah.
And he even made this sheet because they didn't know what postage stamp or 4 corners. So he has a sheet we put on the table, so he tells them just exactly what we're going to play. But it's a fun evening. We'll make a couple $1,000s, and people have a great time. And we give them a little snacks at intermission. Like I said, we give away door prizes, and I did 24 door prizes for kids because we have kids that play.
Yeah.
And so they like to win those door prizes and stuff. But we have some leftover snacks from camp that are not expired yet, and we give those out at intermission. There's like chips and granola, just stuff that we have left over. We think this is a good way to let them have it.
Yeah.
And but it is a great fundraiser, and it's coming up November 18th at Hillsborough Elementary, and come out and have a good time. And you may go, coverall.
Yeah.
Coverall at the end is a complete turkey dinner. I mean, the turkey, the dressing, mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes, pumpkin pie, we send it all home with you.
Got the full setup.
It is.
Yeah.
It is everything. And sometimes we even throw in some napkins and stuff in there. But that's what coverall is. And people don't go away disappointed. They have a good time and know that every time they put down $1 worth of quarters, it all goes to Camp Dovetail.
Yeah. That's awesome.
It's a great fundraiser. I'm excited. I love Turkey Bingo.
Yeah.
I never win anything, but I like it. And we have a cakewalk during the evening. Every time there's an intermission, you got those people that have to go smoke. But for those that don't, we have it set up, and there's a cakewalk. And we usually give away 25 cakes during the evening.
Oh, awesome.
And people can win a cake or a pie. It's just a really fun evening. We try to do some fun things that night. And come out to Turkey Bingo November 18th at Hillsborough Elementary School.
So how did Turkey Bingo come about? I like hearing the history behind all these things.
Okay, this goes way back to one of my campers who's no longer with us, Natasha Sparks, and Kathy Sparks and Gary and that family. They were always wanting to help me do fundraisers, and their mom went to the senior citizens, and they were doing bingo all the time, but they never did a turkey bingo. They were giving different things away, and she said, why don't we do like a turkey bingo and give turkeys away? I thought, that's kind of expensive, but so my board members said they'd each buy some turkeys back then, and it was really funny. Natasha challenged one of our staff members. If we raised a certain amount, he had to wear a turkey outfit.
Oh.
And Cowboy had to wear a turkey outfit because Natasha made sure we raised on our first one over so many thousand, and then she had this turkey outfit that they made him put on and wear.
That's awesome.
But it started with one of my volunteers, or one of my campers and her parents. They're the first ones that helped start the Turkey Bingo. We did it at the Senior Citizen Center in Hillsborough.
Yeah.
And they were great. And they came down here before. Natasha had been here, and she's since has passed. So it started with the family trying to help us get another fundraiser.
That's awesome. Next one coming up is going to be January 6th, Camp Kickoff. So
that is a party.
It's a big party.
That is for all of our past volunteers. As a matter of fact, we're mailing out about 100 letters to
Oh,
all
wow.
of our past volunteers and staff to come back to our kickoff. We have a staff meeting before that with the staff, and then that afternoon, and I always have it decorated for whatever the theme is. So some of the volunteers have no idea what the theme is, and they walk in and they see it, this looks like it's going to be a musical. That's what it was last year.
Yeah.
Well, this year the theme is in motion. We wanted it to be like planes, trains, and automobile, but that you can't use that because it's, from a movie.
Sure.
So we decided on Camp Dovetail in Motion. And we're going to have train rides at camp. We're going to go across to the airport. We're going to do a car show type thing. We're going to do all kinds of things. And so I've got to come up with some really neat decorations. So when they walk in, they're like, what's this going to be this year? And then we kick off the theme, and it's just a big party. And we get everybody excited about, then they start doing trainings, the next month. And it's just a big kickoff to say thank you for a year well done.
Absolutely. And again, a lot of volunteers. You're talking hundreds of volunteers in any given year, and a lot of hours that go into them training to be prepared for Camp Dovetail.
Yeah, we do at least 2 to 3 meetings a month, and they're 2 or 3 hours, and then they come to fundraisers, just like some of them will help with all these fundraisers. Do we have somebody on the air? Amy Stuckey. Oh, Amy Stuckey and Wiley.
Okay, awesome.
Wiley's our dancer at camp.
Wiley's a dancer.
He's a dancer, and they're going to both speak. I think they're going to be on speakerphone.
Fantastic. So Amy and Wiley, do we have you here?
Yes, we're here.
Awesome.
Woo!
Well, welcome into the SATH Radio and Telethon. Thank you for calling in. And Amy, let's talk a little about your association with Camp Dovetail.
Well, I actually have known the Allen family since I went to school. I was in between the daughters. And then once Wiley was born, I realized that with Wiley being special needs, very protective. And once I realized who was in charge of it, I felt comfortable sending my son off to camp.
Yeah. Well, I know
Started with the day camp.
Yeah.
And has grown up through the day camp. And then not last year, the year before, he spent his first overnight.
Now, you talked about being protective. What was that like for you as a parent to step away and know that your child was going to be in good hands, well taken care of, and not just well taken care of, but truly loved over that week?
It was a peace of mind.
Yeah.
Now, cards on the table, I also took a camper and I camped on the campground.
I don't think you're the first mother who's done that. I think that's common practice some years. So, but for Wiley, what was that first year like to finally get that full-fledged experience and be at camp?
Oh, he for a child who took forever to find his words, he came out and spoke volume.
Yeah.
He couldn't talk enough about it. Just all the different experiences. He's the youngest of 4 boys. My older boys love to go fishing, and he would go with them, but it's different when you get to go with your friends. And that's what he got to do. He got to step out on his own.
That's awesome. And
at camp, he was Wiley. He wasn't the youngest of the Stuckey boys.
Right. I think that's awesome, though, that to share that, he's really earned his individuality and saw that personality come out through just a few days, just getting to kind of go and step off and be himself and be, truly be a kid and an individual for the first time. That's something that is just, I think, very much taken for granted a lot of times for us parents, but really glad that Wiley got to experience that. That's awesome.
Yes, he's actually sitting right here. If you'd like his last year at camp, he's got some bragging rights that he would like to tell about.
Oh, fantastic. Wiley, how are you doing, bud?
Good.
That's awesome. So your mom says bragging rights? How did camp go for you last year?
Good.
It was good. Linda says something about you being a dancer.
Oh, yeah. We've heard about your skills. They're kind of legendary, aren't they?
Yeah, so obviously you've made an impression. Linda is still talking about your dance skills a year later. Do you have a favorite dance move, or do you like fast music, slow music? What's your go-to?
Who do you turn on the radio so you can dance to? Who are we turning on in the kitchen? Because we do a lot of dance parties in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Who are we turning on? John Mellencamp. I'll do some John Mellencamp.
John Mellencamp. Okay. Going old school. I love that. That is awesome. Well, a big congrats on being the camp dancer for Camp Dovetail. And, hey, I hope, Wiley, you have an awesome time coming up this summer. I'm sure looking forward to it already. Is that right, Mom?
Oh, yes.
That's such an awesome thing. And again, thank you guys for calling in and sharing your experience and sharing here on the SATH Radiothon. Again, going back to being a parent, if you can just talk a little more on that and seeing that change when you come back. I mean, again, you admitted you stayed on the grounds and we're like right there, but to get to come back and see that change in your son after those few days of him kind of getting to be off on his own and do his own thing, what was that like for you?
With the older boys, you see the awful moments. They're just not as frequent. With Wiley, the growth and the independence, the fact that at first he was timid and, clung to me a little. Well, now we get to camp, and it's all he can do is to shoo me away.
Well, I think, that's a good problem to have.
Oh, and it started when the first couple of years I would stay on site, and then when he was in day camp, for the most part, I would stay on site or stay close. Because we have it's about a 55-minute drive from where we live. And so I would stay close during the day, go visit family down that way. Well, now that he stays overnight, it's a game changer.
Yeah.
He's got complete independence. Personally, I use it as a little bit of respite.
Yeah. Well, and I think Linda, you've talked about that it does become a bit of a break, and having 3 other boys that's a little time for not only for you but to kind of dedicate to them. As a child with special needs obviously has different needs than what your other kiddos have, and so get a little time to have Wiley be his own person, and you get to be your own person.
Yeah, it's fun to, we do some different things that aren't necessarily Wiley friendly, like going hiking. Wiley is good for so long with his hypotonia, his lack of muscle tone. Hiking is not a longevity kind of thing with him. So we'll go do those kind of things so that way we can still enjoy him as a family, but without Wiley being exhausted.
Right. He's getting plenty of exercise, though, at Camp Dovetail, I can tell you, especially on the dance floor, it sounds like.
Wiley, what's your favorite thing at camp? What is the favorite thing that you like to do at Camp Dovetail every year?
What do you like to do? You like to fishing? You like horseback riding? What is your favorite?
Fishing.
The what?
Fishing, horse riding.
Horse riding.
And dancing. Of course, the dancing.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew dancing was right up there, but I just wondered if he liked the horses. So good.
That's awesome.
Good. Well, we're glad you guys called in. We appreciate it.
Last year, I caught my very first fish.
He caught his biggest fish.
Really? Did you kiss it? No, he's looking like
he
a
says no. Why would you do that? Yeah. We've got more guests running on here on the set, so we'll get it on there. So Christy's going to join us here. Christy has been very valiantly manning the phones, so we'll have you drop in. Christy, thanks for joining us here.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell a story about Wiley. Wiley, this is Christy. Wiley, his first year he was in day camp, my aunt worked with him, and he thought she was my mom, which was okay. And so every year after that, the next year she was not doing well and she didn't get to come back. And so I asked him if he would take a picture with me to send to her. And so we sent that picture to her and she says, "Oh, it's my Wiley." And so now every year since then, or if we go to different activities, we've gone to different things like where we sang and danced did a presentation. Anytime I see Wiley, he will come up to me and he'll go, "Hey, you and me, picture for your mom." So he'll always say, "For your mom." So, but he remembers that first year, that we did that picture, and so now every year it's the way he does it. "Hey, you and me, picture." And so we do a selfie and I send it to her and she'll always say, "My Wiley."
Yeah. Wiley, you've got it going on, man. You got to figure it out. Well,
he's a sweetheart.
He is.
He has a memory, and he's got a soft spot for the for all the different volunteers.
Yeah.
We've been very blessed to have amazing ones.
Oh, well, we love you guys.
Yeah.
We love our Wiley, and we love you, Amy. We love our parents.
Yeah.
We love everyone.
Amy, thank you again.
Thank you, Wiley.
So much for sharing. And thanks to Wiley. Wiley, you keep the dance moves coming, bud.
See you in a few months.
His brothers have started it now. We keep it friendly. That way, he's got some new ones for camp this year.
Oh,
okay.
Good.
All right. He's learning then. Good deal.
Oh, Lord help us, Izzy.
Well, Amy, thank you very much again for calling in and joining us here on the SATH Radiothon and Telethon. And well, like Linda said, it's only a few short months away. You'll be ready to have those dance moves again.
Oh, he's ready to roll.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great night and good luck.
Thank
you very much. Absolutely. Christy, you got to stick around here. And you sat down. You've joined the...
That's right.
You've
See,
joined
Christy's
the
a
crew
board
over
member,
here.
too. She's one of our newest SATH board members.
Okay.
So she's going to read all of the pledges for us.
Phenomenal. Well,
And don't forget, the phones have not been ringing, so those guys are sitting there with nothing to do. 1-800-326...
you literally got caught checking your phone.
9722. Yeah.
Call in 937-544-9722. Absolutely. And make a pledge here on the SATH Radiothon. Christy?
Okay, so far we've had Kelly Levenstein. She called in honor of her nephews Matthew and Cooper Lewis. She pledged $600 so that she could send 3 campers for a whole week to camp next year. We had Mike and Mary Foley. They gave $50.
It's my brother. Thanks, Mike and Mary.
Yes, Ariana Bowles-Norris just called a little bit ago with $50.
Awesome. Thanks, Ariana.
John Howard called in memory of Andy, his son, and pledged $200. Jessica Polstra gave $50. Cindy Wilson gave $25. And again, Venture Productions was $1,000. Edith and Gary Heaton, $125. Liz Lafferty and Dayton Clark, $100. Mike and Kathy Pearson, $50. Horn Law Office Incorporated, $50.
Awesome.
And the total is...
Right now sitting at $2,450, but we would love to see that skyrocket here over the next hour or so. So, folks, if you haven't called in yet, please do at 937-544-9722 to donate to SATH and Camp Dovetail. Again, it's our 21st annual event. We've been really glad to do it throughout the years. Christy, you've been here just as many years as I have, and probably beyond that.
I've been here close to 15 years.
Yeah. So just a little more than me, and then you're rolling strong. So, talk a little about. Linda mentioned you're one of the newest board members for SATH.
I've been coming. The first time I came out, a friend of mine said, "Just come out on a Wednesday night during our carnival. Just come out and see what it is." And I went out with my kids and my husband, and we said, "Okay, we'll be back next year." And we've been back every year since then. But we started out, we were volunteers, and my kids were pretty young, so we took on one camper together and worked together until my kids have gotten older. And now my son actually had been with a little boy for several years. He left day camp and went to overnight camp my son went with him.
Yeah.
And but the little boy's mom would hire my son through the summer to attend other camps with him, just to, so that he knew someone. And so they really got close, and they spent time away from camp together as well, and doing different activities and things. My daughter and my son both and myself are all staff members now, so we've moved up to
That's
where
awesome.
we're group leaders and take on our own groups. And then this year I was asked to join the board. They said they wanted someone else who was actually a part of Camp Dovetail to have some say also with the board. So I accepted that, and have been to several board meetings now and see the other side of how everything works.
Yeah.
But
having been involved for as long as you have, and now stepping into that new role, what has that been like, kind of seeing the whole organizational side from a new light?
it is different, because I always knew the money and the finances were there, but I never really saw it on paper, what it takes to put this camp on every year. We think kids pay $40 to come to camp, but that's not what it costs for us to put camp on for each child.
Right.
But we get so many donations and pledges really keep us going. Our fundraisers are what keeps camp alive.
Yeah, fantastic. And I want to talk a little, we've talked with a couple of parents who have got campers who have been, multiple year campers now and have seen such a change in their kids. But for you being a mother who has, raised your family through this volunteerism,
Sure.
Talk a little about kind of that side of it and how proud that's got to make you.
Extremely proud. I know my son grew up, he grew up through camp as well, but he decided when he graduated high school, he wanted to be a special ed teacher. So he went and got his degree. He ended up not doing that, but that's where his degree is if he ever changes his mind and decides to go back on that. My daughter has done camp and has worked in daycare, and she is now dating a young man with a child. And I talked to him recently, and he told me how helpful she has been to him just with her experience. She doesn't have children, but
Right.
she's been around children. And there's some suspect that his son may have some disabilities, and they're not really sure yet. But he said what a help Taylor has been to him, because she's seen things and been able to kind of steer him in the right direction on where to call or what, how to handle situations.
Right.
And so
that's a
makes me
whole
very
side
proud.
of it. Exactly. That just having that empathy and
Yes.
regardless of whether they go into something where that's going to be their career,
Yeah.
just having that empathy and that loving heart is such a huge thing.
Right. And I really enjoy having both of my kids there with me. We don't always work together that week, but we pass each other and wave. And now my son has 3 children, and they come hang out at camp, and so they're going to grow up in camp as
That's
well.
awesome. Yeah. Generational now, Linda.
Yeah.
We're going down through the line.
We have been. Yeah, we have been.
That's awesome. Well, once again, Christy, don't go anywhere, because we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to talk more about some of your experiences throughout the years. We do again want to say thank you to our sponsors, making it possible for us to bring you the 21st annual SATH Radiothon, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, Southern State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. I was combining the two there. So be sure and keep it tuned. And please do call 937-544-9722. That is the number to dial for the SATH Radiothon. We just had another slew of donations in and pledges in. So when we come back, we're going to go through some of those new additions to our pledge list. If you would like to be on that, call now, 937-544-9722. Again, if you have local business you'd like to advertise, great opportunity for you right now. Or if you're running for a local office, here's a great opportunity for you to align yourself with a great local entity. Call in at 937-544-9722 and make a pledge to donate to Camp Dovetail. Got the phones ringing again. We're going to take a quick break and be back with you right after this here on the SATH Radiothon on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103 and Good Guys Radio TV.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
To get to know people as people, not just customers. That's very important to Mosier Furniture. Today, we were lucky enough to have two customers call us and brag about the fact that they loved their furniture and they're still loving it after a great number of years. We like to hear that. There's no doubt Mosier Furniture and Appliance has a lot of great customers, but we're always looking for more. Mosier Furniture and Appliance in West Union, Ohio. We're here whenever you need us.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Ohio. Because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Tony Staggs is your one-stop shop in Adams and Brown County for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Tony Staggs is ready to help. Call 937-544-0922 for surprisingly great rates today.
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Southern Ohio Propane, family owned and operated by Brian and Cindy Michael and Brad and Courtney Wright, serving Highland County and all surrounding counties. They value their current and future customers, offering competitive pricing and fast and friendly, dependable service. Trust Southern Ohio Propane with all your residential and farm propane needs. Call 937-466-5005 or visit southernohiopropane.com.
Welcome back into our 21st annual SATH Radiothon and Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com. I want to thank you all for joining us here tonight, and for everybody who has already made a pledge, called in, and donated to Camp Dovetail. I know we've had a bunch of folks calling in. We've also had a lot of folks making their donations online at campdovetail.com. That's camp with a K, K-A-M-P-D-O-V-E. TAIL.com. You can donate online, or again, we have folks standing by ready to take those donations, those pledges at 937-544-9722. Again, thank you to our sponsors, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. A big thank you to those folks for making our Radiothon possible again this year. As we join again with us, our guests, Linda Allen and Chastity. Thank you, Chastity. Christy. I am so sorry. Chastity came out of somewhere in the depths of my brain, but so sorry, Christy. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Despite me getting your name wrong, we'll move on from
It's
that.
all right, John.
John, yeah, I can be John. Sure. We'll talk a little. When we went to break, we were talking a little, Christy, about your experience as volunteer throughout the years. So, over that 15-year period, first coming in, getting involved with your family to now, what's been the biggest change for you in the way that you've experienced camp throughout the years?
That's hard. I wish you'd asked me that.
I have to ask the difficult questions.
Yes. I know, like, at the end of the week, for us, I think all of us, it's like, this is it, I'm done, I'm not doing this again, because we're so tired, and it's been so hard, and there's so much that still has to be done. Even though the kids are gone, there's still so much to be done to clean up and put everything away, and but then, a couple months out, you're like, yeah, I'm going back. I don't know why I said that. I say that every year. But, yeah, because it is demanding. It can be very demanding. We start setting up the week before camp, and people are out there every day leading up to it. And then, I don't know, for me, camp is part of my life. It's just my passion.
Yeah.
And that's just part of my life.
That's awesome.
It's a huge part of my life. And anyone who knows me knows that I do camp because I talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Linda, we've talked about parents being volunteers. Let's talk about parents and their kids. I know we have someone waiting online, right? Tracy and
Staggs.
Tracy Staggs. Thanks for joining us here on the SATH Radiothon and Telethon. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey, we're doing well. All right, I'm doing well. I'm not going to speak for the ladies here. They seem to be doing pretty well as well. Tracy, tell us a little about your involvement with Camp Dovetail. How are you connected?
Okay, so my little boy is Bo. He just turned 7 this summer. So he started going to the day camp last summer. So this was his second summer to go. He Bo has inherited retinal eye disease called achromatopsia, and he was diagnosed at about 6 months old, I believe. When he was maybe a month or so old, we found out that there was something not quite right with lots of testing and all that stuff. And what that is it makes him, he has low vision, basically kind of legally blind is the word that a lot of people seem to understand with that. Mm-hmm. He's colorblind, and he has nystagmus, so his eyes kind of jump around a lot. And he's extremely light sensitive. So he wears special sunglasses when he's outside and then special sunglasses when he's inside. And so, but it's ironic kind of because I actually found out about, I've kind of been involved in a weird way for a long time. Bo was my youngest, and I'm really telling my age, 27, 28 years ago, my oldest daughter, Megan, we actually entered her in the cutie pie contest at the Brown County Fair, which is a fundraiser they do there.
Yeah.
Raise money. And it was funny. She actually won it. It's kind of funny. Like, who would have thought that, more than 25 years later, her little brother would be benefiting from that same organization that we just happened to, jump in a baby contest with.
Yeah.
So I've known for years, all the good that they do there. But of course, as a parent, I've raised these 2 kids who I never had a fear of, like, sending them to camp, sending them out to do things, play sports, do whatever. And then, Bo, he's just as extraordinary as he is, there's just a lot of those things that are difficult for him.
Right.
And so when the opportunity came up and we found out about, Camp Dovetail being a possibility of, for him to go and attend, of course we jumped on it. And I honestly didn't realize that it was going to have the impact on him that it did. He's so shy, and, he tells me that all the time. The whole way up 2 years ago when he went for the first time, he's like, Mom, remember, I'm really shy. And I said, you'll have somebody with you, and it'll be okay. And And we talked about his helper that was with him was Macy, and he just went on about Macy and on about her, you know, and how nice she was, and of course seeing Miss Jill, you know, and he did so many things, you know, like the first year and then the second year that, you know, I think the first year I think he was not so sure about the horses. I don't think he really wanted much to do with them. And then I think this year there's a picture of him standing really close to the horses. I can see this progression in years. It might take him 5 or 6 years, but we might ride on the horse. You know, it's a slow progression for him. But.
That's right. Eventually he'll get there. You mentioned, you know, a little nerves, obviously, for Bo going, and you know he's being a shy person or whatever the case. But for you as a parent, how difficult is it to have overcome? You know, you talked about having 2 kids who you didn't have that concern, and then going to Bo. How did you overcome that?
Parent worry, yeah. But with Bo, it's like everything. You know, is whoever's with him going to make sure, you know, like if he's not with me, I should say, if he's not with me, is he going to trip over something? Is he going to run into something? You know, is he going to, you know, fall over things? Is he going to get that same experience? And just from what I see, you know, like of him interacting at different places, it's a struggle. I mean, you know, it's just, there's so many things, you know, that you don't think about that we that have good vision just kind of take for granted, you know, but when you have these other situations. So yeah, it definitely adds that whole other element. And I was, you know, had that normal parent worry, but after I dropped him off and he had that great first day, I was like, all right, we can do this, you know, and it is good. And like I said, you don't realize how much I think as a parent you take that for granted, how you can kind of put your kids in these situations and you don't have those worries, you know, but like I said, but with Camp Dovetail though, I don't have those worries, you know, because I know that whoever is with him, you know, is going to make sure that, you know, he's taken care of, that he's getting the best, but yet they, you know, they're also so big on, they know how shy he is and, you know, kind of afraid to try new things. I think that was their theme with him this year, was getting him to be brave. You know, that was getting him to be brave and try these new things, and he does. And I don't think without that, he probably wouldn't try as much, you know.
Yeah.
He can talk mom out of a lot of things, you know.
A little harder with the volunteers. They get things rolling, right?
They can get miraculous things out of him. It's like, wow, you got him to do that. Like, he did that. But yeah, he, like I said, and Macy was his buddy again this year, and he loved that. She's so good with him, even though she's only a little bit taller than him. You know, she's kind of short, but Macy's kind of short. So yeah, I think he just thinks that she's this, you know, really good friend, and it's a really good opportunity. He really, really enjoys it. Like I said, every year we kind of look forward to it. And
Bo is in my group in day camp, and Macy started right from the beginning. As soon as we got assigned campers, she said, Bo's mine. So she knew right away she wanted him to be with him again. Yeah.
Oh, she does so good with him.
That's awesome. So for Bo, you know, we mentioned the horses, maybe not quite his thing yet. What's the big thing that when he comes home, he can't stop talking about?
Oh my goodness. He was, the first year, he told us this fishing story. And I think part of it was his vision, but he told us how this hook or this fish was trying to like jump out of the water onto his hook.
That happens every day.
That's a good fishing story. Yeah.
What? Yeah, he's telling me the story, and I don't really think it happened that way, but to him, that's how it happened. I mean, he just like I said, he tells me about everything. I get lots of details. You know, I get lots of, this is what we did, and then we did that, and, you know, the popsicles, and the playing in those pools, and like I said, as a parent, you know, when I went there the one day to pick him up, you know, and they were playing in the pools, and it's just, I don't know, it's just different when you finally get to see your child interacting in that way. Like, I know it sounds weird to say in that normal way, you know, of just, he's just one of these kids, you know, and it's not, oh, there's Bo, and he's, you know, he's not able to do the stuff that some of the other kids are able to do because it's there. It's just a whole different, environment. It's kind of hard to kind of explain that, but I can tell you that it's like you know, you don't have to think, well, he's going to be the one that's different out of all of these kids. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's got their own little uniqueness, and don't get me wrong, these kids and these teenagers that are there, they are all extraordinary in their own ways, but there's just a lot of things that are just really difficult for them. You know, it's whatever they have to overcome, and, you know, it's just one of those things that at camp, they get to overcome a lot of those things, you know, and they get to do these great things, and we are, you know, especially grateful for it. I mean, I can't say that enough for sure.
Absolutely. Well,
I certainly appreciate you sharing your story and sharing Bo's story and his fishing stories too. Like, we'll hope he catches that big fish here. But
yeah, yep.
I think
it just jumped.
I think one of the things that our goal has always been, even with the volunteers, is we want the kids to not be labeled or not singled out. They are there and they can do everything any kid can do. We make it happen for them. They don't sit on the sideline and watch. They're going to participate.
Exactly.
And that's why we don't want them to feel different. We want them to feel just like all the other kids, all equal.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's definitely what I saw, and that's, like I said, that's what makes you feel good as a parent, because until you're faced with those things, like I said, I raised 2 children who didn't have any sort of, medical issues, no, nothing, and it's, when you are kind of handed that, it really, you really have to kind of take a step back and think, you know what I mean? It just kind of makes you rethink everything and how much you take for granted, of those things, and then, so yeah.
Yeah. And for you, I'm sure, as you talk about those unique challenges as a parent, to have that few days where, I think with a child with special needs, you're in that constant state of worry, like you talked about. Am I going to, is Bo going to be okay? Is he going to know that he's in that safe space? You have to have, some relief and a little bit of peace of mind for a few days to just kind of have that break.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, and like I said, there's, I'm sure that, we'll try to get him to do other stuff, that other kids do, at the same time, but there is going to be then those challenges that come along with that. And
right.
I feel like with Kids Dovetail, it just takes away a lot of those challenges. I mean, and yet they still get this whole experience, of all the different stuff that they do.
That's awesome.
Hey, thank you very much for calling in, Tracy. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Give Bo a big hug from us.
All right.
We'll see you in a few months.
Yes, it'll be here before we know it. I have a feeling.
It moves quick, yeah. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I think hearing her talk about that little bit of trepidation sometimes that comes with going to camp and Bo having to ease into it, talk a little about day camp, because we've not really discussed much of that, but that's where a lot of campers will get started before moving into the full, 4-day experience.
Yeah, we started that because we wanted to be able to work with the kids. I mean, when I first took over, the 9-year-olds would come, and we didn't know them, didn't know anything about them,
right.
And it took several days to get them used to us. So parents of younger kids were wanting them to come, but we felt like, that's way too young, 6, 7. So we started the day camp program, and because we that way we have 3 or 4 days during day to get to know about those kids, and Christy's always worked in day camp, so yeah.
So tell us a little about that, because again, that kind of, we talked about trepidation. Obviously, with those day campers, that's often the first time they've ever been away from mom and dad, period.
Absolutely. And it is a lot of, and the first day, a lot of them don't want to stay, and they're scared, or maybe there's someone that they go to preschool with, so they'll cling on to that person. But by the end of the week, like our last day is Thursday, and on Friday, the kids are still asking the parents to come back, and camp's over. It's over until the next year, but the kids have enjoyed themselves so much that they can't. And like the first day they come and they don't know their volunteer, and we say, this is your volunteer, her name or his name is, and so they're together all day. And then on the second day they come running and they point out their volunteer. They know exactly who they're supposed to be with, and they're excited to see them. And then, and then the next year, sometimes the kids will come back and that same volunteer will be there, and they'll go to that, they recognize and
That's
remember
awesome.
them. Yeah.
And just how quickly those bonds are built.
Absolutely. Because we spend many hours, and you take care of their every need while they're there. So, if they need to go to the bathroom, you may or may not help them. If they're able to do it on their own, or you're at least supervising, and you're getting their food for them, and
Right.
you're, if they get sad, you're I love the pictures of the young teenagers sitting. We have swings and things sitting around, and you'll see the young teenagers sitting at the end of the day holding a child that has fallen asleep because they're so worn out. And this kid who you think, they're all about summer, but they're giving up that week to be there with these kids. And they are really into it, and they love these kids by the end of the week.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
I guess I brought up, just how quickly those bonds are built, talking about the kids coming to camp, but just as much for the kids volunteering at camp. Yeah.
Absolutely. And then it's also neat to be in day camp, and when the kid turns 9, they're going to overnight. They're moving on.
Right.
And then we finish at 3:30 in the afternoon, and then we go over to overnight camp and help out over there in the evenings, and we see our kids, and you're like, that used to be mine, and that one used to be mine, and now they're grown up and they have friends, and you remember the first day they came and they were so scared, and now here they are spending the nights in a tent by themselves and
Right.
everything else. So yeah, it's neat. It's really neat to watch them grow and become young people.
There you go. I don't think that you could share much better testimony than that. And a reason, folks, why you should call and donate to Camp Dovetail. Call in here on the SATH Radiothon. We have had several more of those pledges roll in that we're going to get to here in just a moment. I think our board is sitting at $4,600 right now. So
Yeah,
we'd
we'd like to get to 10,000 here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're coming up on the halfway point on the night. So please do donate. Call in 937-544-9722. That is a tax-deductible donation. Please consider doing that, whether it's $40 to help sponsor a camper or adopt a camper for $200. Again, any amount is much appreciated. So please call in and donate now. 937-544-9722 to get those pledges on the air. Again, if you are running for local office, great opportunity. Call in and donate to make a pledge and challenge your opponents, or friendly competition. Or if you own a business, great opportunity for you to advertise here as we're going to roll through these pledges again. So while we're running through these pledges, Linda, we want to hear the phone ring, 937-544-9722. We've had several more pour in, though, while we were talking.
Oh, yeah, we have. The Lewis family, $800, and I'm sure that's probably Cooper and Matthew Lewis's
awesome.
family. $800. Adams County Self-Storage, Dave and Nancy Hook,
Yeah.
$600.
Oh, awesome. And big shout out to Dave and Nancy as well, one of our sponsors that are making the telethon and radiothon possible
and then
tonight.
they donated $600. Joyce Ryan in memory of Jordan, $100. And I know we spoke to her a little bit ago, and very emotional evening for her and us. And Jordan, we miss you, and Joyce, we love you. Kelly and Mike Annan, $250. That's a couple of our volunteers.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, Mosier
Furniture.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mosier. That's Gary.
Yeah.
And
Gary and Bonnie.
$200.
And again, another sponsor of the radiothon.
Yeah.
So thank you to Gary and Bonnie. Very much appreciated.
Tonight. And then this comes all the way from New Knoxville, Ohio. Dan, Brittany, Evan, Bryce, and Kaysen. That's my daughter.
Oh, yeah.
She was a volunteer. She brought the boys out to camp this year. She used to be a staff member. $100. Thank you, Brittany, Dan. They're watching tonight since they can watch.
That's awesome.
And then, of course, my husband, Steve Allen, he called in $100. I know he wants that T-shirt. That's why I donated $100. If you donate $100, you get a T-shirt. So,
Yeah.
Steve, I'll bring your T-shirt home tonight.
Yeah, and he'll have to wear it to call turkey bingo.
And there you go.
Yeah. But as Linda brings up, donate $100, make that pledge. You will get a SATH T-shirt, a Camp Dovetail T-shirt, which is again, is this the same T-shirt you guys are wearing?
Oh,
And
no,
these
no,
are
no.
special
This is
staff.
staff. Only staff
Right,
gets
right.
these. Just ask my husband. He won't get one of these. They're going to get the musical. We'll have to show a picture of it here in a minute. We got some in the back room. We'll have to hold that up so people can see what they can get for $100.
There you go. Make a $100 pledge, folks. Not only is it a tax-deductible donation, and of course goes a long way to help make a very big difference in the life of a child with special needs, as we've talked about here. But you also get a T-shirt, so win-win.
And you can go online and use a credit card. Just go to campdovetail.com. It's campdovetail.com, and you can use a credit card. Several of these donations were through the website, and you can do that tonight. And we're printing those off, and we're announcing your names. So we do appreciate that.
Absolutely. Once again, folks, the number to call is 937-544-9722. We do want to encourage you to call in here at the station and make your pledge to Camp Dovetail.
Can they see that?
Yeah, $100. And as Linda is modeling for those of you on the telecast here this evening, Goodguysradiotv.com, we've got a gorgeous Camp Dovetail 2023 shirt, The Musical.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, we've talked about the themes and, rolling that out with the big celebration camp kickoff coming up January 6th. How do you decide year to year what your theme's going to be?
Well, sometimes we ask the campers. We've gotten some ideas from them. I know one year they wanted a gaming theme, and we did games. And we kind of hear it through the grapevine, some ideas from the kids, and then the staff. We kind of have a party at my house in July or August, and we throw out different ideas, and then we vote on them.
Okay.
And then we try to figure out what we're going to do with that theme. The one theme that probably will never happen will be a circus, because we have staff that are scared of clowns. And so it comes up every year, but no, we're not going to do that. So.
No circuses.
No circus.
Okay.
Well,
One person is keeping the circus theme from happening.
Yes. But we usually have at least a couple of them, a couple themes that come up, and we vote on them, and then we've got 2024 and 2025 kind of locked in.
Oh, awesome. So you're planning way out.
Well, we have to, you know, because, for example, with what we're doing this year, we want to have some really special things to do with trains and planes and stuff, and you just can't do that a month before camp. And even what we're planning for 2025, we need time to prepare for it. So we're excited. I'm going to get a great staff. They come up with these things. I don't. We vote on them, and then the winner wins. And just like the musical, we had some great ideas for that, and it turned out really good.
Yeah. So take us through some of the special things that happened with that.
The musical?
Camp Dovetail the musical.
Oh, well, the kids learned to dance, of course, and we had a group. There's the Cincinnati Playhouse. They had a musical. It was Jack and the Beanstalk, but it was called Jacqueline and the Beanstalk. And she came out and performed on stage. It was a one-person play musical type thing.
That's awesome.
She did a fantastic job. The kids were just taken away. I mean, they just watched it, which was really, really neat for them. And like I said, we worked on different kinds of dance and songs, and each group was a different type of a musical. So we just wanted to we try to introduce the kids to things that have to do with the theme. And so I think the musical this year was a hit. The scavenger hunt, my husband does this every year. This was probably one of the neatest ones we've ever done. But the scavenger hunt, there was all kinds of clues. And after you got all the clues together and all the different items, you had to make a song and perform it with those items in the song.
Okay.
And of course, each group, there was something from that group, from their name, that was in the song. And you could do a rap, or you could do something. And we had 3 judges. We had, let's see, it was supposed to be like Luke Bryant, but they all had special names. Do you remember what the names were? They had some of the cutest names.
So we're doing like American Idol.
They did it like American Idol.
Okay.
They had to perform in front of our 3 judges. It was, I'll think of them after a bit. But they had to perform, and then we rated them. It was Kitty Purry.
Yeah.
It was Luke. He was something like a crybaby, I forget. And then we had Lionel. I forget, but they made up the cute names. They had their judges, just like American Idol, and then the kids performed, and then we had the winner. And it was so fun that they had to find the clues and come up with a song that they could perform, because it was a musical. But my husband does a great job every year. He wants to be staff really bad, guys.
Yes.
But he isn't staff at this
Get
point.
him a staff shirt.
Because I decide, and I'm not. He hasn't earned that yet.
Oh my goodness. The man's calling turkey bingo, Linda.
Kara, my niece, made him a shirt one year that said, "I am not staff," and he wore that.
That's amazing. Well, I think this might be the year, Linda. You're gonna have to give it up for him.
He's gonna have to give a bigger pledge than $100 if he wants to be staff.
There you go, Steve.
You gotta buy it, honey.
There you go.
Let him call in.
Well, whether Steve calls or we've won, of course, plenty more folks to call in. 937-544-9722 is that number. Or again, you can donate online, campdovetail.com. That's KAMPDOVETAIL.com. Make a $100 pledge, and you're going to get a very cool Camp Dovetail the Musical t-shirt. They'll take your size and everything. I think you got a lot of those in stock for folks. So, yeah, we'll have that for you. And again, thank you to our sponsors, Adams County Self-Storage, I know David and Nancy Hook, they were amongst the latest pledges. So David and Nancy, thank you very much. As well as Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, and a big shout out to Gary and Bonnie there as well. Also calling in to donate, National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs. I'd be remiss if we didn't thank Tony, of course, for the pizza. And again, as the president of the board for SATH, does a lot in that respect. And also thank you to Southern Ohio Propane. Call. We're about to take a break. 937-544-9722 is that number to dial. Or again, donate online, campdovetail.com. We'll be back with more from the 21st Annual SATH Radio and Telethon coming up here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com. We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking out a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103 and Good Guys Radio TV.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxla Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxla Tractor.
To get to know people as people, not just customers. That's very important to Mosier Furniture. Today, we were lucky enough to have two customers call us and brag about the fact that they loved their furniture and they're still loving it after a great number of years. We like to hear that. There's no doubt Mosier Furniture and Appliance has a lot of great customers, but we're always looking for more. Mosier Furniture and Appliance in West Union, Ohio. We're here whenever you need us.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Ohio. Because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Tony Staggs is your one-stop shop in Adams and Brown County for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Tony Staggs is ready to help. Call 937-544-0922 for surprisingly great rates today.
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Southern Ohio Propane, family owned and operated by Brian and Cindy Michael, and Brad and Courtney Wright, serving Highland County and all surrounding counties. They value their current and future customers, offering competitive pricing and fast and friendly, dependable service. Trust Southern Ohio Propane with all your residential and farm propane needs. Call 937-466-5005 or visit southernohiopropane.com.
Welcome back in, folks, to our 21st annual SATH Radio and Telethon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com. A big thank you again to our sponsors making it possible for us to bring in the telethon, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, as well as State Farm Insurance Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. A big thank you to them, without whom it would not be possible for us to do this. And also thanks to all the folks from SATH and Camp Dovetail, all the volunteers and everybody who comes in. As we said, you guys kind of keep the ball rolling throughout the night for us, so we really appreciate it. Jenna joining us now and bringing the energy to the room. We appreciate that.
I feel it. I love camp, and I'm really excited to be here this evening. This is one of my favorite events of the year.
Hey, we're glad to have you and joining us. So before we get too in-depth with you, because I know there's a lot of love and, again, a lot of energy for this organization, I know we have I believe a parent who's on the line for us with Matthew and Cooper on the line. Are you guys there, Matthew and Cooper?
Yes.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Well.
Doing well? Is this Matthew or is this Cooper?
It's Matthew and Cooper.
Matthew and Cooper. Yeah, we got the double team. Yeah. Twins?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Now, guys, I know that you've been going to camp now for a little bit of time. So, Matthew, let's start with you. What has been your favorite activity at Camp Dovetail?
I'm a dancer at camp.
A big dancer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you show off the dance moves. Now, do you have a go-to song that you like to dance to, or you'll dance to anything?
I did everything.
Anything. That's a good way to be. Awesome. Cooper, what about for you? What's the big thing you really enjoy about camp?
Camp's good. What do you like?
Camp's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So, any particular activity that you like the most?
Oh, I got dancing too.
Oh, you just dancing brothers. I got you. You guys put a whole crew together. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Now, how many years have you guys gone now?
I would say 16. No. That's seven.
Okay. So you're 16 years old. You've gone for 7 years.
Oh, no. I'm 22. I'm
22. I'm all over the place, guys. I'm sorry. But you've gone for 7 years and obviously have enjoyed it quite a bit, getting to go year after year. Let's talk a little about your volunteers. Matthew, for you, who's your buddy that you get to hang out with for the week?
It's Haley Dale and Shelby Smutter.
Jimmy and Shelby?
Haley.
Oh, okay. I got you. And you've become fast friends with them, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're friends.
That's awesome. Cooper, for you, who do you get to hang out with for the week?
Shelby and Tammy.
Okay, and Shelby and Tammy. All right, and Matthew, yours was?
Haley, and Shelby.
I got you. All right. Man, you guys sound like you have an absolute blast at camp, and looking forward to it, I'm sure, again this year. And we got to talk a little about the food, because you guys love the dancing. You've obviously got to enjoy some good food for the week. Is there anything in particular that you look forward to getting to eat at Camp Dovetail?
I'm going to eat healthier. No, what do you like?
He's eating healthier.
He's eating much healthy. He's trying harder.
Oh, that's awesome, guys. Well, hey, thank you very much for calling in and for donating, too. I know you guys are huge supporters of camp through our Radiothon, and certainly very, very much appreciate you and your family for everything that you guys do. Anything that you want to say to the folks that are here? I know you're very familiar with the faces we've got in the room with Christy and Jenna and Linda and the rest. Anything that you want to say to them?
You want to say to Linda? I would say another mean the high and kids nice. She likes to make friends too.
That's awesome. Well, Matthew and Cooper, I'm glad you've made friends with the folks at Camp Dovetail, and I'm certainly glad you guys called in. Thank you very, very much.
And it's been truly wonderful what they experienced there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and is this Mom we're talking to?
This is Mom and Dad.
Oh,
actually.
Mom and Dad. Well, guys, I just want to take a moment to talk with you a little bit about Matthew and Cooper's experience. As you said, it's obviously been an awesome thing. And I mean, talking to the guys, they are obviously very, very excited about getting to be a part of camp. But for you as parents, getting to see that joy come out in your kiddos, what's that been like for you throughout their years with Camp Dovetail?
Well, for me, especially with being sheltered sometimes, that week of being around people is just, I wish they could have that feeling all the time, because the specialness of being at that camp and the what the volunteers and everyone do is just amazing, and it just shows on Matthew and Cooper's faces when we go to pick them up. And I might add, it's usually for a very brief time that we see those smiles, because they're so exhausted from all the activities. They sleep for a week.
I mean, that's a good problem to have, though, right?
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah. And for you as parents, I mean, taking the time to kind of unwind yourselves as Matthew and Cooper get to unwind and just have, kind of their own time to be them.
Yeah, that's a huge part, and I know people have mentioned that before. It's been growing each year. We get a little bit more comfortable. I know the first year, Christina, my wife, was on the phone with Heidi, I think 3 or 4 times a night. And we had they had thunderstorms every night that year. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, by now they basically get rid of us. The kids just kick us out because they're ready to go see their friends, and we get to spend a couple of days, just relaxing again, catching our breath, and that's an incredible part of it as well.
Right. Now, for parents who are out there, and you guys, I think, bring up such a great point that with all of these parents, they have kind of that same story of being that caretaker and kind of always being there for their kiddo. But we've talked to several parents who have admitted they were really nervous about dropping their kiddos off, whether that's the day camp or the full week camp. What would be your message going out to any parents out there that have been maybe on the fence about getting their kids involved with Camp Dovetail?
So, jump into it. The volunteers are it's incredible. There is so much support for your children that whatever needs they have, whatever concerns, they'll be met. Our team lead is Heidi, and she is incredible. She can reach out to your team lead. She can reach out to your volunteers at any time. The whole staff will reach out if you have any questions. And they are completely safe. They are so loved. They are so taken care of. The volunteers, I just can't say enough. I can't say enough about them. It is amazing how they envelop them and just kind of protect them and let them grow at the same time and just have a great time for a week.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the word growth, because, again, talking about Matthew and Cooper and seeing that growth in your kids specifically throughout their time at Camp Dovetail, what's been the biggest change you guys have noticed for them?
Just the sociability of them. I mean, because the kindness. I mean, because they see the kindness at camp, and they have a certain empathy to everyone that they see, and the growth is amazing. And what I've also find is that the volunteers, which is one-on-one, so any parent that is worried, to be quite honest, I don't think I've ever really seen too many phones there. The volunteers, I never see them with a phone in their hand.
Right.
And that, to me, is a big plus, because the attention that they get, I mean, from the very beginning, the boys' volunteers, actually, I think the boys' first volunteer, it was one of the sisters, Shelby's sister, right? and now she's married, and Rachel, and it's just amazing. And Kylan, and they keep keep in contact. And we had the boys counselor over, and it was just great. And people are just lovely, and in this day and age, you need that, because it's just truly a special environment that just has been cultivated to perfection by the people who are sitting around you in that studio right now.
Yeah, and they're all very modest. I'm sure they would not take too much credit for it.
Camp
but
isn't just a few people.
Camp
it's a culture.
Amazing.
Camp is a culture.
And I would say any parent, if you have the chance, do it, because your child will feel special. I mean, we have a countdown, as soon as they leave.
They're ready to roll again.
Yeah,
That's so awesome.
It's just, and we appreciate every bit of it, and I think every parent does, because it's just amazing.
Yeah. Well, and beyond that, I think that's a very good pitch. I know you guys are huge supporters of us here on the Radiothon and donating back to Camp Dovetail in that way. So a huge thank you for that. But again, just to kind of echo those sentiments, why folks should call in and donate at 937-544-9722 and kind of following your guys' footsteps and stepping up for the kids. Why is that so important to you to do so?
I think I found the question here. Basically saying that the camp, what they need, what they put on with that camp is not cheap, and it costs a lot, and being able to support that is just a great thing and I know they don't charge a whole lot, so anybody can come, and I know people of all means come there. We're blessed, we're able to help out as much as we can, and it's any donation helps, and the investment there is the payback there for the child and the experience they get there. You just can't. The donation is so much worth that, I think.
I agree, and I mean, like my husband said, any bid helps, and the fact that they don't charge the camper so much. I mean, that is amazing. When we first moved to Ohio, Clinton County, and we found out, we were like, excuse me? Because we went to a camp that was extremely expensive in Vermont, and didn't come close to what happens at this environment, because it's just, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy the amount of money that you must spend to go to these camps, and then you come to a place like this, and they don't expect anything. So every little bit helps from people that can give. It truly does.
And I think that's incredibly well said. And thank you both again for all of the outpouring of love, obviously for Matthew and Cooper, and to help, support their experiences, but then to kind of further that, and obviously very important to you guys to be able to share that experience with other kids as well. That is just absolutely incredible, and thank you.
Thank you for calling in. We really appreciate
Everyone
you.
there.
Thank you.
Linda's shouting thank you from the background.
Well, I have a Cooper.
The boys are smiling and ready to go already.
I have a story about the boys.
So Jenna's going to tell a little bit on Matthew and Cooper.
It's good.
It's good. Okay, good.
So, kind of close to camp, our music people had some things come up, and they had to step back, and so they were looking for someone to do the music part of camp this year. And so I was voluntold, but I probably really wanted to do it. So they asked if I would, and I was like, absolutely. So I usually do day camp, so I really got to experience a lot more of the kids in overnight camp.
Yeah.
And I knew Matthew and Cooper, but now I know Matthew and Cooper because they were
on a whole new level.
I do, because we were up dancing on stage. Every group came up, and we actually allowed the kids to come up on stage, and we did a lot of line dancing, and we did a lot of singing, and we had our normal singing. And so we do like our song that we were practicing for Thursday night, and then after that was done, they could request songs. And so Matt and Cooper got up there, and every time the energy was just there, and it was exciting, and we were all dancing, and they had a little dance off amongst each other, and it was my favorite group because they had it. I mean, all the kids loved to dance, and so, but they got some rhythm is all I got to say, because every time they came to dance, they would dance with me, and even though I was exhausted, as long as they were there, you couldn't stop.
So who does the rhythm come from? Is that mom or dad? Who gets the credit?
Not bad.
First generation rhythm.
First generation.
And I won't be probably doing dance and the singing part next year, but oh my goodness, I will definitely miss it.
As you're telling the story, they're doing all kinds of moves.
They were, I'm telling you.
They've still got it. That's awesome.
It was fun.
Well, again, thank you guys so much for calling and sharing and being a part of the radiothon, and again, the outpouring of love to the other kids in the community. It's just awesome what you guys do. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I'm sure hear from you guys later on. We'll be looking forward to you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. That's awesome. And Jenna, thanks for sharing. I could have figured anybody was going to get voluntold to do music and dancing.
Gosh.
It's going to be you.
Yeah, they usually keep me away from microphones. I'm actually surprised Linda actually let me sit here.
She voluntold you to sit there too.
I'm trying to behave, so I'm being good.
You're doing great.
So thanks.
So let's talk a little more about, because we kind of got into just the very surface level of your involvement and getting started with camp.
Yes.
And I know for you guys, it's kind of a family affair across the board as well.
Yeah, there's 7 kids in my family. Our youngest sister has something called Wagner syndrome, and in 1989, I volunteered at Camp Dovetail. I tell this story every year, but it's one of my favorites. I worked at Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they were looking for volunteers. And the Bagshaws were pretty involved, I think, with Linda first. And so they were going to give us a nickel on the hour raise if we volunteered for a week at Camp Dovetail. So a friend and I, we volunteered.
And you're talking 1989, a nickel on the hour raise is a pretty decent thing.
That was significant.
That's right,
okay? So we went and volunteered, and it wasn't quite as organized. Okay, it wasn't even close to being as organized as it is now.
Yeah.
We were not prepared. And at the end of the week, we'd had a good time, but we were exhausted, and my friend and I said, never again. And so
that seems to be a recurring theme of the volunteers. Yeah.
So the next year would have been 90, and I went to college, and I have 4 younger sisters. And my sister Jill said, "Hey Jenna, we're doing Camp Dovetail. You should come out." And I'm like, absolutely not. And then, but they were having a good time. And at that point, Linda was involved. Mm-hmm. And they're like, "Come on, it's not bad. You'll love it." So I went out that year and volunteered. And although that year was hard, the fact that my sisters were there with us and we were all kind of there together, it just made all the difference in the world. And so I kind of hit and miss, moved away, came back, had kids. But I have been involved with camp since 1991. Now, my sister Jill, who couldn't be here tonight, and Julie, they have been involved. I think it's 31 years, Christy.
It's been a lot.
So I can't do the math in my head.
Straight through.
Yeah,
solid,
they've never missed a year. They've
Yeah.
never. And Jill actually had Wesley, my nephew. I'm going to get his birthday wrong, but he'll have to. June 3rd, I do believe. Is that right? And then she had him at. She was day camp director, and she had him at camp.
Oh wow!
As
Like
an infant while she
Wow.
directed day camp.
Yeah.
And so, you know, our whole family, Jessie, my youngest sister who has Wagner syndrome, she's involved. She volunteers at day camp. And she was never a camper, but she lives every year to volunteer at day camp.
That's amazing.
And so she had cancer in 2018, and I'm like, oh, she won't be able to do camp this year. She can't do it. She's got so much going on. She's recovering from cancer. Her cancer treatments, her chemotherapy was done in March. And she was heartbroken because I told her she couldn't have her own camper. We were going to let her go, but no camper. I don't know how she finagled it, but by the end of the week, she not only had her own camper, but her camper's best friend. And I actually have a picture of her holding those 2 little girls' hands and walking to the path toward, I think it was the jumping houses.
Yeah.
And that was the year that it rained so hard. And she is driven to do this camp because, although, like I said, she was never a camper, she knows what it's like.
Right.
And she can relate to all those kids. She's around her people. We all are. And I think Trish, who's another volunteer, said, you don't see the disability, you see the person. And that's what all camp is about. It's just people being people, regardless of what differences we may have. And that's all anybody wants. And so you have a camp giving people what they all dream of. It's just being who they are. So, and then you can let loose and have fun, and you can dance, and you can do the Macarena, and nobody's judging, and nobody's, everybody's just doing the Macarena with you.
Yeah.
So it's just a lot of fun. And so I have 4 sisters that are pretty involved with camp still.
Yeah.
And so
whole family affair.
Whole family. And I think even nieces and nephews, there's like 16 nieces and nephews, and more than half of them have been somewhat involved with Camp Dovetail. Yeah. And it is a family affair. Once you have one family member start, they start dragging in brothers, sisters, and cousins, and boyfriends and girlfriends, and it makes a big difference. And they all come and see the impact it not only has on their lives, but the lives of campers and other staff members, and just hearing stories and sharing. It's, like I said, I get really excited when I come to Camp Dovetail things, because it makes a huge difference.
And I know, Christy, we talked about that with your family, of getting them started early. And
Yeah. And I'm a speech language pathologist, and I work at Highland District Hospital. And so every chance I get, I'm like, hey, you guys want to go to camp?
Yeah.
And so you set them up.
Everybody in, yeah.
Oh, you have a brother, sister, how old are they? Are they 12 yet? Yeah. They should start in day camp. And I get a lot of kids that way, and a lot of volunteers. And even if they just do 1 year and don't come back, it changes them.
Yes.
And so some kids come back, they do it one time, they're like, yeah, it's not for me. But then they'll tell people about it. And they'll say, and they'll get other people to come and say, hey, my friend came last year, they're not coming back, but I want to come this year.
Yeah.
And so that word of mouth is usually how we get volunteers and how we get campers. And like I said, it really does make a difference in this world.
That's so awesome.
It's exciting.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a quick break, guys. We have had some more phone calls coming in, some more pledges added in that we're going to get to when we come back. But while we're on the break, do want to encourage you to call in at 937-544-9722. Make your pledge to Camp Dovetail. As Jenna and Christy talked about, the huge difference that makes not only in that kid's life, but in the volunteers' lives, and in all of the staff's life. And it's such a trickle-down effect of joy and happiness. So be a part of that. Call in now, 937-544-9722. We are starting to work our way up on the board here, but boy, we've got a long way to go to reach our goal for the night. So be a part of us helping to make and reach that tonight. Again, thank you to our sponsors, Adams County Self-Storage, Baxlow Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. We'll come back to you with more from the SATH Radiothon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Good Guys Radio TV, coming up here in just a moment.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up to the 3, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shaq Sports, C103, and Good Guys Radio TV.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxlow Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, Our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Bachelor Tractor.
To get to know people as people, not just customers. That's very important to Mosier Furniture. Today, we were lucky enough to have 2 customers call us and brag about the fact that they loved their furniture and they're still loving it after a great number of years. We like to hear that. There's no doubt Mosier Furniture and Appliance has a lot of great customers, but we're always looking for more. Mosier Furniture and Appliance in West Union, Ohio. We're here whenever you need us.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck, yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Ohio. Because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Tony Staggs is your one-stop shop in Adams and Brown County for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Tony Staggs is ready to help. Call 937-544-0922 for surprisingly great rates today.
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Southern Ohio Propane, family owned and operated by Brian and Cindy Michael, and Brad and Courtney Wright, serving Highland County and all surrounding counties. They value their current and future customers, offering competitive pricing and fast and friendly, dependable service. Trust Southern Ohio Propane with all your residential and farm propane needs. Call 937-466-5005 or visit southernohiopropane.com.
Welcome back in, folks, to our 21st annual SATH Radiothon here on C103 99.5 The Edge and Good Guys Radio TV. Thank you again to our sponsors making tonight possible, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. A big thank you to those folks who have made it possible for us to bring you tonight's SATH Radiothon, 21st annual. Looking back 20 plus years now, we've made mention we've got a big plaque on the wall. I think that first year we raised like $20,000 or something like that, which is really incredible. Love to see us hit that goal again this year. I think we set our bar low. You know, we're looking to reach 10,000 right now, just under that. So, folks, if you have not called in to donate yet and make that pledge, please do so at 937-544-9722. Call and donate to SATH and Camp Dovetail, an incredible organization doing some incredible work here in our community. Linda, let's roll through those pledges that we have in so far to get us to where we're at.
You can also go online to campdovetail.com and make a pledge with a credit card. Several people have done that, and that's just campdovetail.com. And the other thing is, and we have some pledges that we're not reading. People made pledges, but they want to remain anonymous.
Right.
So if you want to call in and don't want your name read on the air, but want to help us get to our $10,000 goal, that's fine too. We're fine with that. Or if you want to do it in memory of someone or in honor of someone, we'll do that also. All right. Venture Productions, $1,000. Edith and Gary Heaton, $125. Liz Lafferty and Dane Clark, $100. Mike and Kathy Pearson, $50. Horn Law Office, $50. Lewis Family, $800. Adams County Self-Storage, that's David and Nancy Hook, $600. Joyce Ryan in memory of Jordan, $100. Kelly and Mike Annan, $250. Mosier Furniture, $200. That's Gary and Bonnie. Dan, Brittany, Evan, Bryce, and Kason Werwell, $100. Steve Allen, $100. Kelly Levenstein, in honor of Matthew and Cooper Lewis, $600. They sponsored 3 campers at $200 apiece. Mike and Mary Foley, that's my brother, $50. Arian Bowles Norris, $50. Kenneth and Kimberly Smith, $100. Kimberly Young, Kim Young, Gray, $100. Kelly and Lauren Levenstein, in honor of Cooper and Matthew. They wanted to sponsor 8 campers for the week, $1,600.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
Tony,
awesome.
Yeah. Tony Staggs, one of our board members, who, president, he called in $200. He wanted $40 for each one of his 5 grandkids.
That's awesome. Thanks, Tony.
John Howard, in memory of Andy Howard, $200. Jessica Polstra, $50. And Cindy Wilson, $25. For our total right now is $6,400. And we're hoping the phones start ringing any minute. Yes.
That's right. We've got about an hour and a half left.
Okay, did you hear that? We had an anonymous donor that will match the next 2 callers. So up to $3,000 each he will match. So we need some big pledges so we can get
That's right.
anonymous donor will match up to $3,000 on the next 2 pledges. So that could be awesome.
Absolutely.
That could really take us over our goal and
For sure.
make us get closer to 20,000.
So if you've been holding on to a few $1,000s that you were planning on calling in and donating, now's the time to do it,
So
because
it
you're going
gets
to double
doubled.
that money.
That's
Yeah.
right. He will double up to $3,000 on each of them.
That is awesome.
And the number to call is
937-544-9722, or as Linda said, donate at campdovetail.com. That's KAMPDOVETAIL.com. And Linda, I said earlier we would talk a little about why it is called Camp
yes,
Dovetail.
and we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, so
Well, Doug Rudolph, who founded Camp Dovetail 41 years ago, had an idea of it was kids and motivated people. We had plenty of kids. We needed motivated people to work with the kids. So it stands for Kids and Motivated People. The phones are ringing. I love
awesome.
this. So anyway, he come up with that. And then the Dovetail, we come up with those acronyms for developing outdoor varied experiences to aid in lifestyle.
Wow.
Because that's what camp is.
Yeah.
We're outdoor experiences to aid in lifestyle. Oh.
we're getting excited over there, which is fantastic.
But anyway, but that's how camp stands for Kids and Motivated People. We have tons of kids, and we just need the motivated people to help us work with them. And
That's
it's
right.
been, every time I type it in, spell check comes back that's incorrect. It should be C. And people will say, there's a mistake on your newsletter. It's not with a K, it's with a key. C. I said, no, camp is with a K.
Yeah.
So anyway, but no, that's why it stands for Kids and Motivated People.
Phenomenal.
And Dovetail, might as well do it all the way.
Yeah.
Dove's tail. Dove's tail is like webbed together like this. So we have regular ed kids and special needs kids dove together for a week of camp.
Oh.
So the dove is our little thing that we have. The
That's
dovetail.
phenomenal. There's so much symbolism there. You
Yeah,
got a full
see?
acronym for it and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. So we wanted to make that. Oh,
That's
the girls
perfect.
over here. We got the camera on you
Oh,
guys.
okay.
What is it?
Well, somebody just called and made a donation for $3,000.
Oh, okay.
So we have a
$6,000.
So
We're still waiting for our second phone call.
we
so
have a
somebody just called to make a $3,000 donation. We had the anonymous caller who said they would match up to 2 separate $3,000
Yes.
donations.
Yes.
So that's a huge chunk
So there's
added
6, and we're waiting for the next call to be a big
Wow.
one. Up to $3,000 they will
in.
match.
Okay, so we just nearly doubled our money, folks.
Yes,
and,
that's wonderful. That's what we were hoping to do tonight.
I will tell you, don't let that discourage you from calling, even if you're going to only be able to give.
150.
Exactly. Please give whatever you can. Reach in your pockets. Do it for the folks who have, we've talked to tonight, the parents, the kids. Cooper and Matthew, by the way, phenomenal young
Aren't they?
men.
Aren't
Just,
they?
oh,
They just
what a
are.
blast to talk
Next
to.
year they're going to be here.
Yeah.
They were going to be here this year, and their dad hurt his ankle.
I can't wait because having the opportunity to talk to those guys for the last few years has been awesome. So Matthew and Cooper, I know y'all are listening, you're watching. Can't wait to host you here next year. It's going to be
You're
going to be an
gonna
awesome
here next
time
year.
for
Yeah.
sure. So we're going to welcome in Tricia. Tricia, we've thrown you in the hot seat now to talk a little about your involvement in Camp Dovetail.
So my son is autistic. He started when he was 8 years old, and he's now 21. I've been involved with camp for 13 years because, like all the parents you've heard, you're afraid to let them go away. So he started at day camp, and then when he was old enough to stay overnight, I drove him back and forth 50 minutes each way every day. And I volunteered at day camp because it was just that. You don't want to let him go. So I started volunteering at day camp, every year. And then he got old enough to be sleep overnight again. Mm-hmm. And Heidi, who you've heard us talk about, said, why don't you let him, stay the night with his friend Brandon? And he decided he wanted to do it. And he's never stopped. He stays, ever since that one night, he's never looked back. And now he packs his stuff. He gets himself ready. He's ready to go.
Yeah. He's all in on it.
He's all in on it, and he is training to be a volunteer now.
Oh, that's awesome.
So he was a volunteer in training last year. So it's just come full circle.
Yeah.
But the socialization for kids with autism is, really one of their weaknesses, and camp brings it out in them. Yeah. He doesn't even want to talk to us when he's there because he knows I'm there. I'm over at day camp.
Right.
He don't want to talk to us. He's at camp. It's his thing. And I leave him alone unless he needs something. And he can always get a hold of us.
Yeah.
But this is also my first year as a staff member because I like to be behind the scenes. I like to do whatever I want to do. And I've gotten voluntold, I guess.
Another recurring theme.
Yes, I'm a recurring. Yep. So now I'm a staff member, and I can't say enough about Linda and the girls. We've had some rough times. Like any parent with a child with special needs, you go through some really rough times.
Right.
And we've had them. But you know what? They're there for you. And all the kids, they do have their own volunteer, but the volunteers, it's hard for these kids that are young and it's their first time.
Right.
But they're never alone. If they're having a hard time with a camper, they just ask for help. And we're all there. We all just jump in. I mean, I've chased kids through mud. It's just what you do. We are a family, and we're all there for the kids.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I got to tell on this lady, though. She's one of these kind of people. We'll be like, what? I'm going to town. What do you need? Well, let's see. I've got a list of things here, but I want to pay you for getting these. No, just give me the list. And then she'll go to town and she'll bring all this stuff back, or she'll go to Sam's Club. Next, we get all these pools and slides, and I'm like, Trish, I need to pay you for this. No, just don't worry about it. Or she loses the bill. She can't find the receipt. She donates a lot.
But I don't. You know what? To me, what they have done just for us, and for what I see in the other children. I mean, and like Christy was saying earlier, you see these kids when they first come, and you chase them. I mean, because we have runners, and let me tell you, thank God we have younger volunteers, because as you get older, it just doesn't, you can't catch them. And you see them as they mature and they become comfortable, and you see them over in, overnight camp, and how they've matured, and they're so grown up. It's amazing. And it doesn't, the cost of something or a pool, that's nothing.
And you make all those great items for our auction. Yes. All kinds of flower arrangements, and she takes an old chair, and the next thing you know, there's a flower coming out of the seat of it. And
that all started because we were coming to the auction, and I would see what was there, and I was like, what can I do? So I got my sister involved, and we started, and now I, do whatever I can to help raise money.
Yeah.
Like I said, to me, it's not a cost thing or of what can I do. It's you see the end benefit.
Yeah.
And if you come to camp, I always tell people, because when camp starts coming, I'm like, I gotta craft, I gotta this, I gotta that. And I tell them, just come to camp. You know, come on Wednesday. Yeah, it's the auction, but we have the carnival. We have all kinds of things. Just come and see what it's about. And if you come and see it one time, you'll never, you know, you won't question it again. And you may become a volunteer. You know, you get voluntold just like me. But you can't explain it. You just can't explain the good that this lady
it's not
does.
just me.
Well, I know it's not just you, but you're the ringleader. So, you know, I like I said, as time goes on and we grow older and the younger kids come, it's just full circle.
Yeah. Well, you talked about getting to see the change in the campers throughout the week. For you being a mother who has seen that change, you know, from, you talked about your son, from the earliest days of doing just the day camp up to now, training to be a volunteer, and obviously huge change in him throughout the years. What's that mean to you to know that that's been instilled in him, that giving heart and that empathy towards others?
You know, I in the world we live today, there's not enough empathy. And I think, you know, if you just come and volunteer and you see these kids, what a difference you can make in somebody's life, and you help someone, I think that moves on in that person as you get older. And I think that's something that a volunteer will take away from camp.
Yeah.
And as a mom, it means everything, because kids, you know, they look at kids differently. They don't, and when our kids are at camp, they're just any other kid. There's not, I always laugh because I used to tell Jenna, they cry. They don't want to stay the first day, but then they don't want to go home on the last day, they cry. So, you know, in day camp, we have a great big pool party. We pull out the pool slides and everything on the last day. And the parents come and they're just screaming because they don't want to go home. And, you know, it's just, it makes you feel good as a volunteer, but as a mom, when you see that, there's just such a connection.
Yeah.
Such a connection with camp and with the people there.
That's awesome. Linda, for you, having folks like Tricia who, you know, come in as parents and are there and then
they never leave.
Get voluntold into whatever the next thing. What's that mean for you? Because I know that Tricia's story is not is unique to her, but it's certainly not unique for Camp Dovetail.
It's, you know, these parents, I mean, it's, we make that connection with their kids, but I think early on, making that connection to assure the parents they'll be fine.
Right.
They'll be fine. You can leave them. I mean, Tina Howard was one of the ones that never would leave Andy, and she was a board member too, and I couldn't get her to leave Andy overnight. And I think that meeting with those parents and them eventually seeing that they don't have to worry, that we're well trained, we're a well-oiled machine. They say we will take care of their kids, and I think giving them that connection, and then we do become close. I mean, it's funny because when registration starts for camp and the parents call in, they always want to talk to me. You know, somebody will answer the phone. They want to talk to you, and they just want to tell me so and so had an operation this year, or so and so had this, or we just wanted to see how you're doing. You know, and you do make connection with these parents and their kids. They know we love their kids. They know that I refer to these kids as my kids.
Right.
These are my kids, and I love these kids, every one of them. And even the ornery ones that we have to chase through the mud and, you know, the bite and kick and scream. Yeah. We don't care. We love them anyway. We just smother them with love at camp. And I think that, you know, I've always said that God has a purpose for everyone's life. And I thought the world ended when my daughter got diabetes, and I had to learn how to give her shots at 9 years old. And I had to watch her go into a diabetic comas, and I had to watch her have her lows and her highs and get kicked giving her a shot. And I thought, what good will ever come out of me having to deal with a child with a disability? And, you know, I went to Hopewell looking for a support group and ended up becoming the fundraiser, and then ended up becoming the camp director, and left my preschool that I was a part owner in to go full time. Right. And I realized that God had a purpose for my life, and it was to work with these kids.
Right.
It was to take a camp of 35 people and grow that camp. It was to not have a waiting list when 50 more kids wanted to come, it was, how can I make this happen? How can we serve every child, whether, no matter what their disability was? I'll never forget when Sammy Steinmeier's mother called me. This was probably 20 years ago, and she said, I have a little boy that no camp will take because he has a G-tube and he has to be fed through a tube, and he has a shunt, and no one will take Sammy. Will you take Sammy? And I said, yeah. And I thought, I don't know anything about tube feeding. We know nothing about this. So Dorothy Juilliard, which is Heidi Klump Juilliard, the one that they were talking about, Matthew. Heidi said, I will learn. My mom is a registered nurse. Her mom taught her how to do tube feeding and how to take care of Sammy.
Wow.
And Sammy started coming to camp, and then Sammy, his dad was a minister, and they relocated him to another state. And believe it or not, Heidi went halfway across the states to meet up with his mom to bring Sammy back so Sammy would not miss camp.
Wow.
Sammy was with us for many, many years. And, you know, Heidi trained to work with that child. And those parents trusted us. They, you know, and you have that connection with the family, the campers, the kids, the volunteers. And we just always try to make sure that, you know, we don't turn kids away. We figure out what their disability is and how we can work with them. And over the years, it's just proven to be the place where God wants me to be, taking care of these special kids, doing something that it's not easy, but I've had, as Trish said, we've had our ups and downs. We've had years where we didn't have enough money to have camp, really. We went on faith and know the bills would pay afterwards. I had all these people call me. You know, you'd say the check's in the mail. And I'd say, it ain't in the mail yet, but it will be. And one year I told the volunteers, you're going to have to buy your own T-shirts. We don't have enough money to give you a T-shirt for working. We're not going to have pizza on Friday night. We're going to cut out cookies. You know, we had to cut our budget. There have been years we have struggled to have camp.
Right.
But you know what? We're not struggling as bad now. And we've got more campers than we've ever had. But it's because of the support of all the loving people tonight that's calling in and pledging. And if it wasn't for the support of this fundraiser and other fundraisers like our turkey bingo and stuff, we need people to give that $100 or that $50 or whatever to help us do what we do. I mean, we can do it. I can't afford to pay for the whole week of camp, but
Right.
I can sponsor a kid. My husband sponsored some, my daughter sponsored some, but we need other people to help us sponsor the kids.
Absolutely. And I think that's a good time to say again, call in, make your pledge, 937-544-9722, or again, you can donate online at campdovetail.com. That's KAMPDOVETAIL.com. It is tax deductible. And again, your donation will go a long way to help making a big difference in the life of a child with special needs. Trish, I wanted to talk to you a little bit more. You know, we heard Linda talking about her experience with her daughter and you know, translating that into this whole career and you know, legacy of giving back through SATH and you know, building that from what it was to what it is. For you, you know, you talked about that 13 years ago, coming in as a parent and kind of being called and pushed into volunteering, and how much your life has been impacted and changed in that time.
I was never pushed into it. I did it as a way to keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
Because
hey, you used the term voluntold.
Well, that was to be the staff member.
To be the staff member.
But as a volunteer, I just did it because I was there. I mean, we even bought a used camper. That's how the extreme we went to.
You were
camp
full
there.
in, yeah.
So he could be there, but
yeah.
You know, it's changed my life because, you know, I have two older children, and you know, I've just never really been involved in anything. And then when we had the special needs, it opens up a floodgate of different things. You know, you have worries about everything. I mean,
right.
At that time when he first started, he only ate like 3 things, you know, so we would pack his lunch every day, and it goes through. But once you learn how to get into their mind, I guess, and their needs. He was a runner at first. He was one of the kids we used to chase.
Yeah.
But once you go through that and you learn how to recognize it, now that I'm a volunteer, it has helped me grow because I can help children that have autism or they have a special need. I see it.
Yeah.
And I learn from Christy or Jenna or Linda, the other people who are professionals who know, what to do in those situations.
Right.
Over the 13 years, I've learned a lot. And, I can deal with some of them on my own. And, like I said, you're never alone. You're never alone. If you have someone you're having a hard time with, you just say, I need help. And I can honestly tell you that anybody who's thinking about volunteering and you think that it might be too much for you, you're never alone.
Right.
You're really not. And I have volunteers that say, I want that same camper next year. They want the same child that they had because at first they don't know how to deal with it. They're young. And then by the end of the week, they're like, I want that person back again. I want that same camper.
That's awesome.
So it's a bond.
Yeah. Well, I think Linda put it really well, talking about all of the different areas of expertise that a lot of your volunteers have. But whether you have your PhD or whatever the case, all the way, Tricia, you bring a whole side of expertise without maybe realizing it, of being a mother and being a parent of a child with autism to, again, as you said, kind of identify those things and work through that. So, again, regardless of what you think you're bringing to the table,
it doesn't matter.
Exactly. I'm sure you bring so much more than you could ever realize.
It doesn't matter what you bring. Like, it's just being there and being a part of it, you would be surprised.
Yeah.
I had a phone call a few weeks ago from a grandmother of one of our campers, and she said one of the things his mother said, and she said, is there someplace we can share all this information, all these good things that we get? And I was wishing she would call in tonight. But she said that when her grandson comes home from camp, there are certain ways he was doing things before he went to camp that they thought was the only way to do them. And he learned so many new ways to do things. And they're like, wow, we never thought of that. How could you do that? Because he learned at camp.
Right.
And he's nonverbal, but he would do things differently. And they were so impressed. They said, you guys taught him new skills that we didn't even think about. This is the only way that we've ever done it with him. But at camp, you totally did everything different. He loves this, you know. So she said, your people are awesome, that they have different ways and teach them new skills.
And they get that independence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's what she said. This was his way of doing it, not the way Mom does it. It's the way he's doing it now.
Right.
And they were impressed.
And I think both of you, as parents, can again kind of speak to that. The collaborative spirit that I guess comes with Camp Dovetail, because you out of necessity kind of have to do things a different way. You have to rough it out in the wilderness of Rocky Fork Lake State Park. But and so necessity kind of breeds a lot of that, but also just having that change of perspective that being a parent of someone with special needs, you end up kind of developing what works. And so to have that different view or different opinion, it's such an eye-opening experience for that kid to then kind of teach the parents something in the end. Yeah. So that was a long way to get around to that, but yeah, it was it's awesome. So
we got another hour. So.
We'll fill it. We're good. Yeah. We want to say a quick thank you again, folks, to the wonderful businesses stepping up and making it possible for us to bring you Camp Dovetail's SATH Radiothon again this year, including the Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, National Bank of Adams County, your State Farm Insurance agent, Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. We're going to take a quick break. While we're on that break, though, do hope you'll call in at 937-544-9722 and donate to SATH and Camp Dovetail. Again, you can also head to campdovetail.com and donate online. Please call or head to campdovetail.com and donate. We've got about another hour left, and while we are certainly well on our way to achieving a really good night, we'd love to reach a $20,000 mark this evening. So, hey, if you can help us make that happen, again, no amount is going to go unthanked, because every little bit counts. So whether you can give $20, whether you can sponsor a camper at $40, or again, adopt a camper for the week at $200,
please call and donate. 937-544-9722 or head to campdovetail.com. We'll roll through some of those pledges that have come in here in the last half an hour or so when we come back. Stay tuned here on the 21st Annual SATH Radiothon on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage.
Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up to the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shaq Sports, C103, and Good Guys Radio TV.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxter Tractor.
To get to know people as people, not just customers. That's very important to Mosier Furniture. Today, we were lucky enough to have two customers call us and brag about the fact that they loved their furniture and they're still loving it after a great number of years. We like to hear that. There's no doubt Mosier Furniture and Appliance has a lot of great customers, but we're always looking for more. Mosier Furniture and Appliance in West Union, Ohio. We're here whenever you need us.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Ohio. Because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Tony Staggs is your one-stop shop in Adams and Brown County for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Tony Staggs is ready to help. Call 937-544-0922 for surprisingly great rates today.
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Southern Ohio Propane, family owned and operated by Brian and Cindy Michael, and Brad and Courtney Wright, serving Highland County and all surrounding counties. They value their current and future customers, offering competitive pricing and fast and friendly, dependable service. Trust Southern Ohio Propane with all your residential and farm propane needs. Call 937-466-5005 or visit southernohiopropane.com.
We could make
make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103, and Good Guys Radio TV. Welcome back in, folks, to our 21st annual SATH Radiothon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and GoodGuysRadiotv.com. Thank you again to our sponsors making tonight possible, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxley Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs in West Union, and Southern Ohio Propane. A huge thank you to them making tonight possible, and a huge thank you to everybody who has called in and made a pledge.
Yes.
We would love to have more. We're going to roll through some of the pledges that have come in here in the last half an hour or so, but while we're doing that, call in, be the next person to pledge. 937-544-9722 is the number to dial, or again, you can make a pledge online at campdovetail.com. That's KAMPDOVETAIL.com. Please call in, donate. It is tax deductible. And again, your donation will go a long way to making a big difference in the life of a child with special needs. So, Linda joining us again here, Linda Allen, the SATH Executive Director. As we come down to an hour left in our show, let's roll through those pledges once more.
We also, just so you know, when you make a pledge, the girls ask for your address. We'll mail you a SATH Speaks newsletter.
Yeah, we have one of those right here.
You'll get a
actually.
SATH Speaks newsletter with all of our upcoming events in it. And then you will also get a thank you, and it'll have your amount on there. And then you can mail that in at your leisure whenever you have time. If it's the first of the month, the end of the month, if you need to wait, just mail it in when you get a chance to mail that payment in. If you do it online, of course, it's immediately. But just wanted to let you know that if you were one of the people that pledged $100 and get a t-shirt, we also will be mailing those to you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're going to get a nice t-shirt.
That's
so
awesome.
All right, Tiffany Gobin called in. Peyton and River are my grandchildren, and they work at Camp Dovetail, and they each wanted to send a kid to camp, so they pledged $80.
That's awesome.
So yeah, so thank you, River and Peyton. And we had a $100 anonymous donation. Feel free to do that, and we love that $100. And then my husband, Steve Allen, did $100. My other daughter, Brittany, and Dan and Evan and Bryce and Kason, they did $100. Mosier Furniture, Gary and Bonnie, $200. Kelly and Mike Annan, they were some of our staff members, $250. I should challenge other staff members, $250 from Kelly, Annan, and Mike.
That does not include your husband, Steve.
No.
No, not a staff member.
He is not a staff member.
It's going to be our running joke for the night.
It is.
Poor Steve.
And of course, Joyce Ryan, she called in memory of Jordan. And yeah, Jordan, we miss you. This is when he'd be calling in and wanting to know what the total was.
Yeah.
And Jordan, I know you're looking down on us and you're keeping your fingers crossed that we're going to make $20,000 tonight. Adams County Self-Storage, that's David and Nancy Hook, $600. The Lewis family, $800. Venture Productions, $1,000. Edith and Gary Heaton, $125. Liz Lafferty and Dane Clark, $100. Mike and Kathy Pearson, $50. Horn Law Office, $50. Kelly Liebenstein in honor of Matthew and Cooper Lewis. She did 3 campers at $200 each for $600. Mike and Mary Foley, that's my brother Mike, $50. Is it Ariana Bowles.
Or Ariana, sorry. Ariana Bowles.
Bowles Norris,
Yeah.
$50. Kenneth and Kimberly Smith, $100. Kimberly Young Gray, $100. Kelly and Lauren Levenstein in honor of Matthew and Cooper, $1,600. They did 8 campers for the week of camp at $200 each. Tony Staggs, our board president, he did $200. He did $40 for each one of his grandkids, sponsoring Kids for Camp. That's awesome. John Howard called in memory of Andy Howard, one of our sweet campers that we lost this past July, $200. Jessica Polstra in memory of her mother, Jeannie Polstra, $50. Cindy Wilson, $25. We had an anonymous $3,250 donation.
That's awesome. Now, that was the matching donation, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
that was anonymous match, $3,250. Kelly Liebenstein was the sweetie who gave the $3,000 to match that. Thank you, Kelly, for doing that. Chuck Emery, $200. The Morristown American Legion Post, $50. And our total at this point is $13,280. So we need those phones to be ringing. We need to get another $6,000.
Yeah.
And we've got an hour to do it. And if you haven't-
$6,720. That's what we're
Yeah.
looking for to reach that $20,000 goal.
Yes,
Boy,
yes.
$200,000 would be something, but let's set our sights for $20,000.
Let's just go
right
for
now.
20. I think that's reachable. We've got almost an hour and
For sure.
$6,000. Yeah.
Yeah. So for folks that have been waiting, hanging on, now's the time to call. That way we can have your pledges in and get that tally set for when we start to wrap things up here in about an hour or so. But again, if you are late to the party, just now joining us, again, tonight is all about raising money for Camp Dovetail, very special camp for kids with special needs that happens each June around the Father's Day weekend. I think third week of June. Is that right? Yeah.
Correct.
So
Good.
I encourage you all to donate, please. Whether it's $20, $40 to help sponsor a camper, $200 to help and adopt a camper for the week, or any amount. If you can give bigger than that, certainly hope you will do so. It is a tax-deductible donation, so please call 937-544-9722 and donate. Or again, you can do so online at campdovetail.com. And Linda, earlier we were talking about some of the big events that you guys have coming up because, again, SATH is a 50, it's
Nonprofit.
Nonprofit.
Mhm.
So again, it's all based on how much money you guys can raise, what can happen at camp each year, and certainly want to see all of your goals happen for this year's camp. You got big things in plan. So
Right.
let's move on down talking about some of those upcoming events again. We got Turkey Bingo. That is going to be at Hillsborough Elementary School, November 18th. We'll give away 25 different turkeys. There's going to be a lot of baked goods through the night.
And a coverall.
And a coverall dinner for a full Thanksgiving, or coverall game for a full Thanksgiving dinner. So that's pretty big time for
It is.
sure.
It
Yeah.
is.
And that'll be coming up on November 18th. We talked about Camp Kickoff, January 6th, getting everybody ready for this year's camp, which is going to be Camp Dovetail in motion, kind of all things automobiles, planes and trains, everything in there. So moving on through our upcoming events, let's talk about the Sweetheart Charity Ball. I know that is also one of those events that is not only there for the public to come and enjoy and be a fundraiser, but it's also an awesome opportunity for the kids of Camp Dovetail to get just one more of those. You know, we talk all the time about letting them experience some normalcy and get to do things that everybody else does. So the Sweetheart Charity Ball is another one of those.
It's a very elegant dress-up affair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like the prom for older people, but also the prom for our special needs kids that may not get to go to the prom, because it's a dress-up affair. It's at Roberts in Wilmington. The tickets are $125 a couple, and that includes door prizes. It includes your the meals. We have appetizers, we have desserts, and dancing. We bring in a band from the city. It is a wonderful evening for $125 a couple, and it's great to see our kids there, but it's also great to see a lot of our volunteers, and like I said, it's a dress-up affair, and we just really enjoy it.
Yeah.
And it makes a little money because Robert's there sponsors us, R&L, and we make a little money on that one too. So that's a good fundraiser that's coming up in February 10th.
Yeah.
It's Valentine.
That's
you want to
right.
do something sweet for your Valentine? That's what you do.
Go ahead and get your plans made now, February 10th. Got the charity auction that's going to be coming up on March 2nd.
Right, and we always can use donations. If you have anything you'd like to donate, we can come and get it. We have a storage unit down at the lake, and we can store it, or you can, that week of the auction, that Thursday and Friday, we're picking things things up, and we'd love to have your donation. We don't take clothing, but we take everything but clothing. So if they have anything they want to donate, we could really use it for our auction. And that usually makes about $10,000, and everything
wow.
is donated.
I think Hess Auction Company normally teams up with you guys. Yeah?
Yes, Glenn and Brad and now Bryce, they all help us. So, and John Grover, they're all there, and they all donate their services. So it's a great day. So if you have items and you want to donate, we would be more than happy to take them off your hands for you.
That's awesome. So that'll be on March 2nd. That's at the Highland County Fairgrounds, I believe.
Highland County Fairgrounds.
Then we've got the SATH Celebrity Golf Scramble.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And I don't want to sound too jaded, but I've never been asked to play. I'm terrible at golf, so it's probably for the best. But all the same, Linda, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, it's a great event. It started out, we had lots and lots of celebrities years ago. I think this will be our 32nd.
Yeah.
But we, like George Wilson, who played for UC and then played in the Olympics. He passed away.
I'm a little less on the scale than George Wilson, but
he passed away this past year.
Yeah.
And we had John Stoffel, which was the very first Bengal quarterback. He passed away last year after COVID.
Yeah.
But we have different celebrity. They're retired. Some of them have. Like John Warden, he played for the Detroit Tigers. He has a World Series ring.
Yeah.
And we have some great guys that come, some ex-Bengals and stuff, and they come out and people. We've been doing it $800 a team every year since we started it, and it's a really, really fun day. And we have the best auction items ever. I have some of the best auction items autographed by Cincinnati Reds player.
Right.
Can't think of the real Ellie
De La Cruz.
Oh yes, I have a bat, a ball. I've got his stuff.
Okay.
I've got rookie cards from some of the Bengals. We have some great helmets. We've got all kinds of Reds and Bengals sports memorabilia.
I think some Ohio State in there as well.
Yes, we got Ohio State.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have some great items at that auction. So it's a really fun day, and it's very well supported, and that's a big fundraiser for us too coming up, and that's in April.
Yeah. Snow Hill Country Club.
Yes, it's always the last Monday in April, Snow Hill Country Club.
And then the Walk and Roll-a-thon, which again, great fundraiser event, but great inclusive event as well.
Right. We started that because, not everybody can walk or run, but if you've got if you're in a wheelchair, or if you want to ride your bike, or we've got kids that have been on skateboards out there. So it's called Walk and Roll, so everyone can participate, and it's out at the lake. So it's usually a fun, cool day in May and early spring, and we love it, and everyone can participate.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Well, we'll take a break from our upcoming events and talk with Julie. Julie is the many sisters along, as we say, the whole family affair for them. Julie is normally here. Julie, we're glad you could at least join us on the phone. Thanks for joining us vocally, if not physically. You're getting called out by my family members in the room, but we'll leave that on that side. I want to say thanks for calling in and joining us here. And Julie, I know we talked with Jenna earlier about kind of the familial ties that have brought your whole family into volunteering with SATH and Camp Dovetail. Just if you could share a little of your experience and what's kept you volunteering for all these years now.
All these years.
Well, I don't mean to say it like that, but you have volunteered for quite some time.
Yes, I have volunteered at camp for over half my life, and it really has an influence on me. I started the summer after my 8th grade year in high school, and basically one of my friends said, "Hey, what are you doing the third week of June?" And when you're in the 8th grade, you have no plans. And so hanging out with my friends at camp seemed like a great idea at the time, and it turned out it was a great idea. Getting to know other people that were interested in volunteering, getting to know kids that have needs different than mine.
Right.
And it actually has kind of formed my whole life about what I wanted to do when I grow up, and realizing that serving was one of my callings. So being able to work with people that have special needs and went into sign language interpreting, and I worked with the deafblind, and that's all outside of camp. But my camp experience helped form me into the person that would be able to do all these things and have these skills.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what an incredible thing to, have that invite at 8th grade and to look back on that now. Was there ever a time when you thought, Camp Dovetail wouldn't be a part of your life, or is that just ever since that first time become ingrained in you?
There was probably once or twice. At least my mother thought that I would never go back.
Right. Yeah.
When you're outside for a week and working hard and there all the time and realize that tents are water resistant, they aren't waterproof. 2 inches of rain, there's going to be wetness in the tent.
Right.
And just being so tired at the end, because you do work hard as a volunteer, but like Trish said, you're never alone. You always have that support, but the tiredness is there. And so probably my second or third year when my mother was driving us home after camp, and myself and my sisters were crying because of our fatigue, she thought to herself that we would never go back.
And yet you did, and time again, all these many times through. Is looking back, from those early days. Just talk a little about the change that the camp itself has experienced throughout those 30 years.
Wow, going from having a small building with it still had a dirt floor in it when I first started, to building just the location up. We had families of campers that came in and put a cement floor in that building, and then they added bathrooms to that building, and that was on the families. Kind of decided that the camp needed that, and so they donated time and materials to put that in. And then as we developed and went on and had that relationship with the campers and the families, and they wanted to make it better and more so we could have a better facility, and it just grew, and word of mouth, and people realized what a good thing that it was for us individually as people and as the effect it had on the kids that attended camp. And so it really grew into a community and family where we were all helping each other and all realizing that we could support each other as we developed into more as a camp and developed as individuals. And so it is really like a family.
Yeah, and I think it's got to be extra special for you because you do have, the family aspect, obviously, with your sisters volunteering, but then kind of that discovered family, that built family that you've added through the years with different volunteers and staff members that have come along and kind of joined alongside you in this effort. So is there a favorite memory to look back on? Again, I know it's got to be difficult to kind of pinpoint any one, but something specific that you can call back that has brought you back to Camp Dovetail year after year?
Probably my favorite memory is I was a group leader, and I had a little guy in my group that kind of had a rough year. It was a challenge for him to accept direction and be in an uncomfortable situation, and he had a few outbursts, and he was kind of a hard guy to work with. But at the end of the week, he was happy and he left, and I was like, shoo, I don't know if he'll ever be back because he struggled. He had a rough week.
Yeah.
But a couple of weeks later, I saw him in Greenfield at the Wheels of Progress Festival, and he ran up to me like I was a superhero and like introduced him to his friends, and told them how much fun he had at camp and that how much he couldn't wait to be back next year. And so just seeing from his perspective, I thought he really struggled and it was hard for him. But his perspective was that I loved it there because people accepted me and I was able to do things. And it didn't matter if I got mad and was having a hard time,
Right.
but still stuck by me and took care of me, and we had a good time. And so that's probably one of the reasons that I come back, is because even if it's hard on me, and I think maybe it wasn't the most successful week, that was a moment in their life that they'll remember forever.
Absolutely. And you spoke a little about how your volunteerism through Camp Dovetail through the years has really informed your life. Just how much of your mindset and your perspective has changed from, again, those early years to now, working day in, day out, I believe speech pathology, is that right?
That is correct,
yeah. So working as a speech pathologist, and to see that from a professional side to really take in the difference that Camp Dovetail makes in these kids' lives.
Professionally, especially now that I have moved out of state where they don't have anything like that, I see the kids at the clinic that I work at now, and I look at that and I'm like, oh, what a, if only we had something like Camp Dovetail in this area,
right.
How much they could benefit from the community and the support of having other people around them that accept them for who they are, and being able to do those recreation activities outside of their house and with other people. And so that's what I see now really big, that since I don't have a Camp Dovetail in Illinois, I see kind of an area where they lack here, and
right.
how awesome it is that Southern Ohio has this wonderful opportunity for the kids there that not every community, every state has. And so it's just amazing that we have that benefit in our area, or in your area now. But
and from, again, kind of coming from that professional standpoint and looking clinically at the difference that does make, having that community, having that support system, and not just for the kids, but maybe talk a little about the parents as well, and how much that can mean to that support system at home to have that week.
I definitely think for the parent, it's hard to find somebody that you would trust to have your kid with special needs be able to be with them and meet their needs that they have. And so I think as parents, they feel like they're on all the time, and they don't get to step back and take a breather and be away from their child with special needs for any amount of time, because they need to support them and they need to be there. And having camp, being able to step back and, like I said, take that breather and know and have faith that there's somebody well-trained that can take care of their kid for several days in a row. And sometimes it's that breather that the parent needs to just kind of reset and go back and be a great parent because they did get that little bit of a break and had the faith and the trust that even though that they weren't there, there was somebody there that could take over. And sometimes parents with kids with special needs don't get that.
Yeah.
And so having camp where they can have several days in a row where they don't have to worry that their kid isn't being supported or taken care of properly is amazing for parents.
Yeah, awesome. And again, Julie, want to say thank you for calling in and sharing your story. Sorry that you're not here this year. It's Jenna's doing a great job filling your shoes. As
a little bit of a drive for me, but I'm glad that Jenna and Christy are there to take over for me.
There you go. It took both of them to fill in for one of you, so we've got them here. They're doing great. No, you guys are doing great. Julie, thank you so much. And again, I appreciate you sharing your story and the expertise. I think that you bring a really awesome perspective to just how special camp is, especially now having that change of location and kind of seeing a different area and how good we really do have it, as you said.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Julie, thanks for joining us, and best of luck to you. And Jenna sends kisses.
Kisses back, and good luck for the rest of the night making those goals.
All right. Thanks, Julie.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, and, awesome. And Jenna, I know you've got to be proud of your sister too, and she's proud of you, obviously, going back. But I think, talking about volunteers like Julie, like Jenna, like that whole family, and like everybody in the room here that step up in such amazing ways for not only this week of camp, but for the entire year, because there is a lot more that goes into it.
Oh, yeah.
For folks who, again, we want to encourage, call in now, donate monetarily. 937-544-9722. If you'd like to make that pledge, do need to get on the phone lines and get that taken in, because we've got about a half an hour before we are going to wrap up for the evening and start making that final tally. So exactly, we're still a little over $6,000 away from our final goal on the night.
20.
Yeah, 20. We'd like to reach 20. Call in 937-544-9722, or again, donate online at campdovetail.com. We'll have to check and see if we've had new ones of those when we go on our break here. So 937-544-9722, or again, campdovetail.com, and make your tax-deductible donation to Camp Dovetail. Again, if you call in, it is a pledge, so you don't have to donate immediately right now. I think, Linda, you said, you're going to get a letter in the mail pertaining to your pledge amount, and then have a few different ways to donate from there.
Great.
Very good. With that, we want to say thank you again to our sponsors, including Southern Ohio Propane, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs, National Bank of Adams County, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, Baxla Tractor Sales, and Adams County Self-Storage. We'll be back to continue the SATH Radiothon coming up after this here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking out a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103, and Good Guys Radio TV.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Union location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxla Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxla Tractor.
To get to know people as people, not just customers. That's very important to Mosier Furniture. Today, we were lucky enough to have two customers call us and brag about the fact that they loved their furniture and they're still loving it after a great number of years. We like to hear that. There's no doubt Mosier Furniture and Appliance has a lot of great customers, but we're always looking for more. Mosier Furniture and Appliance in West Union, Ohio. We're here whenever you need us.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Ohio. Because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Tony Staggs is your one-stop shop in Adams and Brown County for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Tony Staggs is ready to help. Call 937-544-0922 for surprisingly great rates today.
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Southern Ohio Propane, family owned and operated by Brian and Cindy Michael and Brad and Courtney Wright, serving Highland County and all surrounding counties. They value their current and future customers, offering competitive pricing and fast and friendly, dependable service. Trust Southern Ohio Propane with all your residential and farm propane needs. Call 937-466-5005 or visit southernohiopropane.com.
Welcome back into our 21st annual SATH Radiothon here on C103, Goodguysradiotv.com, and 99.5 The Edge. Thanks for joining us here tonight, and thanks again to our sponsors making it possible for us to bring you the Radiothon, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxlow Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. And welcome in again. We have with us Linda Allen, the SATH Executive Director, and also joining us, Nathan Bixler. Nathan, thanks for sitting down with us, man, as we continue through our final half hour of the SATH Radiothon. Before we get into anything else, please remember the number to call is 937-544-9722. Please call, make a pledge. We are still a ways off from our $20,000 goal. We still need a little over 6,000 to come in. So if you have been waiting to donate, again, you can get your name out on the air, or if you'd like to be anonymous, we will absolutely take that donation as well. Call in 937-544-9722, or you can donate online at campdovetail.com. Nathan, I want to talk a little to you about your experience, because you've really, we've talked about several examples of kind of running the full gamut. You went from day camper to full camper to volunteer and training, and then to
volunteer, and then now I'm one of the 90 some staff members that helping out with camp, helping Linda with all the different activities that we have going on throughout the week.
Yeah, which is quite a journey to look back on.
It's quite a journey. I was actually thinking about how many years I've been a part of camp before I got here, and I think I started when I was like 5 years old and 27 now, so like 22 years of camp.
A majority of your life.
Yes, majority of my life I've been part of Camp Dovetail, and it was an amazing experience all the way from the very beginning to now. I've had so many great memories and different things, and this past year I've done some different stuff, like actually take a boat out and with the campers, and that was an amazing time, and first time actually having that experience was really amazing out there.
I just want to take a moment to recognize the fact that you've been there for 22 years and yet you're still having new experiences. I think that's an awesome thing, and it speaks a lot to Linda just how much you guys are able to provide in this week for these campers. And we've really not talked a whole lot about it tonight, but regardless of whatever the child comes to you with, you guys make their summer camp experience happen. I know we've talked in the past about having the challenge of kiddos wanting to go horseback riding, and whether they are wheelchair bound or whether, whatever the case may be, you guys work to make that possible in whatever way that you can, which I think is such an amazing thing. For Nathan, we talked about taking him out on the boat. Again, Linda, you talked, having the ramp, able to get out to the boat, get kids on, get kids off, and go fishing. And
the ramp, if the park does get it in for us, it'll be amazing and will help out a lot, because It's a nice little thumb boat docks. We have a 6-inch gap that we're trying to raise the kids up onto the boat dock, and other spots that's almost a foot, we're trying to lift the kids up and over.
Yeah.
And it makes it a challenge, but we do it because we love taking the kids out, having a fun time out there. Water's a little shallow in a few places, but
You make it through.
but we make it through. We
Yeah.
have a wonderful time out there. The kids have a smile on their face. I remember one boat this past year, one of the campers kept saying, let's sink the boat. And I'm like, don't do
Let's
that
not
one.
sink the boat. Yeah,
Let's
no.
not sink the boat. Let's go out here to the buoys and come back in. Put safely everyone above water, not below water.
Yeah. But going back to being able to provide, I think you guys even had adaptive wheelchairs because a traditional wheelchair, you get down in the sand or get down in the dirt, very difficult to roll them, through the beach to the boat dock. So
Yeah, we had John Howard and Tina purchased one that they had used on vacation with Andy, and they donated it to the camp, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
It makes it easier, a lot easier for the staff members and the volunteers to get the
get the
campers down
kids
to the
down
water.
into the water.
Right.
It
So-
makes it amazing easier.
Again, just all these little things that add up to make this huge camp experience. So, Nathan, for you, looking back on your days as a camper, anything that really stands out as, that made a huge impact on me and made me want to continue on this journey and go into volunteering and now being part of the staff?
I think one of the biggest events I enjoyed was going to the dance one of the times on Thursday night. It was an amazing thing because I kind of dated myself with my volunteer most of the time that week. You wouldn't tell that nowadays, but back then I was kind of shy a little bit more and never really hung out with anyone else because I was always more of a loner. But my volunteer worked with me hard, and we ended up going out dancing, and I ended up dancing pretty much the whole entire dance that night.
Yeah.
And it was an amazing time, and I still remember that today. I can't exactly remember which volunteer I had. I had multiple ones, several ones when I was a camper, but it was really amazing and fun time, and it actually made me feel like I belonged with all the other kids, and I actually enjoyed it. And pretty bad I waited till the end of the week to finally join the rest of the kids, but I had a fun time with it, and it really made a big impact on me, which kind of helped me blossom out to who I am today. And
Yeah.
that's why when people ask me about Camp Dovetail, I said it helped made me who I am today.
Yeah.
Without it, I wouldn't be sitting here right now talking with you guys on the radio, talking about camp throughout the year, helping out with some of the other fundraisers like Turkey Bingo we have coming up and all that. I enjoy helping out now, and before I kind of more laid back and out of the scenes of everything, but now I'm always helping out, and I still hang out behind the scenes and help out with stuff when I can.
Yeah. Well, Linda, talking about Nathan and all the other volunteers, just the amount of prep that goes into throughout the year. Obviously, Camp Dovetail happens for 1 week, and it's all hands on deck, and everybody gets in. But as Nathan said, lots of different events throughout the year, and also a lot of different training. We've talked all night about folks calling in, donating their money if they're able to. Again, we have the phone line starting to light up, but we could use more pledges, 937-544-9722, so we'd encourage you to do that.
So,
Jenna?
we have an opportunity.
Okay, an opportunity,
We have someone
Jenna.
that will match any donation that received up until 9:59.
Okay, so there's someone who is willing to match any and all donations
Any and all donations.
from now up through 9:59 p.m. So sometime in the next 18 minutes,
18 minutes.
we will take donations, 937-544-9722 or campdovetail.com. Donate now in the next 17 or so minutes, and all those donations
Will be
are going to be
matched.
tallied up and matched by this donor. So that is really awesome. But back to my question. Folks who would like to volunteer, who would like to get involved, again, Nathan's got that great story of going from camper all the way up to now staff. For folks who want to get involved, where does that process begin?
They just need to reach out to us. A lot of the thing is on our website, campdovetail.com. They can find out how they can be a volunteer. But in January, we start doing our training meetings, and they just need to come. I mean, if they want to do something other than work one-on-one with the child, because there's grounds, there's horses, there's fishing, there's boating, there's rec, they just need to get plugged in with us, and
Yeah.
we will put them with someone to help out. And one thing I want to say about Nathan, Nathan has really stepped up this last year because our tech guy is no longer doing our tech, and Nathan bought equipment. Nathan has the best. I mean, like at all these events, like the golf tournament, I have to have a PA system. At Turkey Bingo, we have to have a computer with the words or the numbers and everything up on a screen so our hearing impaired people can see. And Nathan has just done it. He has just went and got the equipment. He's got a system that's better than anything we've ever had. High tech, let me tell you. And he is there. He makes sure I've got my mic. I've got it. I mean, I can just rely on him so much.
And it's again, we've talked about the so many different skill sets that come together, and you know, for you, Nathan, that just happens to be the audio equipment, and you kind of roll with it. So
I have had to buy a trailer to haul all the equipment to keep it with me. That way I have it. That way something came out that we need randomly, I can just run out and grab it real quick so we have it with us.
But again, I think it's awesome to see, Linda, we've talked about it all night, the people who are willing to step up, and whether you think you know you're going to have a role in that or not, it's amazing to see just how everybody kind of fits a different puzzle piece and to come together and make what it does.
What's so great for me is, you know, I just send a text out, Nathan, he said, got you covered. I send a text to Jenna, got you covered.
Yeah.
Christy, you know, I need this. Okay, I'll do it. And like I said, I posted on our staff page that I needed 20 workers for Turkey Bingo, and we needed pies and cakes for the cakewalk. People just started doing it. And as long as I've got that kind of support from the staff, I can go on for a long time.
There you go.
So, hey, don't forget, we had somebody call in, and they are matching any pledge from now until 9:59. So if you have not had a chance to call in a $100 pledge, a $50 pledge, that pledge can be doubled right now. 937-544-9722. They're going to match any amount. So now's the time.
Absolutely.
I wish I had an extra $1,000 because I would just go ahead and pledge right now.
Same here.
Well, if you've been waiting, if you've been sitting on it, again, they're matching all pledges from now up through 9:59, as Linda said. Please call in 937-544-9722, or again, you can donate online at campdovetail.com. That's camp with a K, K-A-M-P, DOVETAIL.com. Linda, you mentioned there's a lot of great resources on there as far as learning more about becoming a volunteer, learning more about your upcoming events. I think there's
lots of great pictures and videos of past years at camp.
Right. And I think that in and of itself, and Nathan, I will say you're a big proponent of this. You are all the time, me and anybody and everybody else, saying just come out and spend a day.
Yeah,
come out and see what Camp Dovetail is, because it will make such an impact on you, even just that few hours of being there.
Even just a few hours, just being there, seeing the kids doing things that you wouldn't think they would be doing.
Right.
The smile on their faces, going out there, going on the horseback riding, going fishing. Some of them, it's the first time they've ever held a fishing pole, let alone go fishing out there at the lake. And it's an amazing time out there. We're working all the different things between arts and craft, recreation, and all that. This is a little bit of a walk between all of them, but it's still a lot of the group they sing and dance, and as they're going from activity to activity, having a wonderful, fun time, seeing all of them smile. That just even with just a few hours being out there, it's amazing time out there.
Absolutely.
I encourage everyone to come out and check us out and see what it is, and of course make a donation tonight to help us out. But it's amazing time out there, just seeing what goes on there at camp. It's a beautiful and amazing time.
Fantastic. Well, right now we are sitting at almost 14,000, I think. That's 13,700?
13,780.
13,780. So, folks, we are trying to reach that $20,000 goal. We do still have that challenge out there until 9:59. All donations are going to be matched. So, again, if you can give $20, if you can give $40, that will sponsor a camper. If you can give $100, $200, you will adopt a camper for the week at camp. Now is the time to make that donation, because it is going to be doubled when we go through that final tally. So here in the last 15 minutes or so, please call in 937-544-9722, or again, head to campdovetail.com to make your donation to camp. Or again, call if you have any questions about volunteering. If you would like to learn more about stepping up, whether that, as you said, Linda, might be in the role of being one of those one-on-one volunteers, being support staff,
or I know you have a ton of local entities that step up throughout the week and throughout the year to help make improvements. GE is a huge one of those for you.
And our Lions Clubs and Rent to Own and just a lot of the different organizations and businesses. Hudamaki, I mean, we're just getting a lot of different ones that came out and support us, and we appreciate it. I really appreciate the staff that came tonight, the girls, Christy and Trish and Jenna and Nathan, and we got Twyla back there. She's just addressing
working away, isn't she?
She is just keep addressing envelopes and everything tonight for us, and I really appreciate them and appreciate you, Matt, for coming out and Brandon for doing this for us, because I know this is kind of above and beyond, and we really appreciate it. We appreciate C103 and 99. We appreciate all of you, because you make this happen for 21 years.
Yeah.
We couldn't be sitting here raising $15,000, $16,000, $20,000 without
We're going to
you
reach
guys.
the 20, folks. Call now, 937-544-9722. We're going to take advantage of this wonderful donation that they said they're going to match everything. So we're going to go in above and beyond. Please call in 937-544-9722. As we've been talking tonight, I really hope that folks, as they listen in, as they watch, that will I don't know, just find that empathy. We've talked so much about having empathy and about understanding people who are different from yourself and having a heart for those people. And I think that's been like at the core of it. Empathy is your guys' mission and has been for the last 40 plus years of.
Well, and I think that the people that called in tonight, the parents, you know, to tell their story about their kids and what it means to them. I mean, we see it, but other people don't see it because they're not out there. And when I asked some of them, I said, would you be willing to at least call in and just tell what camp means to you? Because I hear this all year long from them, every time I run into them, or during the week of camp, or when they pick them up. And I just wanted everyone to hear how awesome these parents feel this camp is and what it means to their children.
Right.
The opportunities and the growth that they have because of us, and you know, the way that people can give back to help us is just by a donation tonight, because these guys don't get paid anything. They get a T-shirt.
We get paid love.
They get paid in love.
Yeah.
They get a T-shirt. They get 3 meals a day, and they work hard for it. And then they come to fundraisers like tonight, Turkey Bingo, and they're all volunteers.
Yeah.
And so it's just awesome to work for such a wonderful organization. I have a wonderful board. And I can't say enough about all the different groups that come out and help during the week of camp. We couldn't do it without all the volunteers. Yes.
We have somebody else that says that they will match again any.
Okay, so we're double matching.
Triple
matching any
Okay.
donation that comes in.
That's
Triple
confusing.
matching. Any donation, we have 10 minutes to triple match.
Okay.
Do a double and somebody else is going
A double and
Okay.
a triple match. So
Okay.
match. We have 2 people that are going to
So you make a $100 donation, that turns into a $300 donation.
donation.
Easy money
Easy
right
money.
there. Yeah, just call in.
Peas and lemon squeezies.
There you
Yeah.
go. 937-544-9722.
Oh, there's some. All right.
Brandon's breaking out the money. So
That's
937.
$60 now.
Hey,
you know?
yeah, good job. 937-544-9722. Please call in and make a pledge, or again, make your tax-deductible pledge online at campdovetail.com.
With the credit card.
That's right. For folks who are calling in to make a pledge, you will get sent a letter. I believe you also receive a copy of SATH Speaks, so you'll be able to keep up with everything going on with SATH at Camp Dovetail.
And they can send their pledge in any time
There
before
you go.
camp.
Yeah.
It goes for Camp Dovetail.
So long as you get it there before that third week of June,
Yeah.
you'll
So
be
there's
happy.
no hurry. Make a pledge, or if you're waiting for a check to come in.
Yeah.
You know, I'll never forget one year we were doing the radiothon, and a trucker that was going to Kentucky heard us on the radio, and he called in and he said, I've lost my job and I'm waiting for a check to come in, you know, my unemployment or whatever it was. And he said, I want to pledge because I've been listening all evening as I've been driving in my truck, and I want to give so bad, but it'll be at least a couple weeks before I get a check.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, he was good for it. Like $300 he sent to us because he heard it and it touched his heart. And he didn't have much to give, but he gave everything he could.
Yeah.
And so I told him whenever, you know, there's no hurry on when they send the money in, as long as it's before camp.
Well, and I know the holidays are coming up. That's a time that obviously, you know, we're spending a lot around the holiday season. So make your pledge now. and fulfill that. Let that be your New Year's resolution to, hey, I'm going to fulfill that pledge come, January 1st or tax return season or
when
whenever.
they get their taxes. Yeah. It's just a nice gift too if you want to give it a memory of someone, just like with Jordan or Andy. If you have a loved one, you just want to make a donation in their memory. It would be an awesome thing to do, and just remembering that it helped some other little child be able to come to camp.
Yeah,
So.
and talking about Matthew and Cooper's family, and getting to hear the kids talk about just how incredible it is, for them and the love that they have for camp, but then to get to hear their parents talk about it at the same time, and in that same breath, it is just as much as you guys talk about it being a family experience. You all become family. It is such a thing that permeates these families of these kids, that you're bringing joy to the kids, you're bringing joy to the parents, and that joy, spreads and extends out into their lives and into the community.
We're a Camp Dovetail family. We have, when one of us hurts, we all hurts. When we lose one of our kids, we all feel that pain. And and when we get a new kid at camp, we're real excited because that's a new family member, or we get new volunteers, and we're always so glad to see the young ones finally become VITs, or even young volunteers become overnight. Like my granddaughter Peyton, she started very young with her mom helping in day camp, and she's 13 now, but she loves being with the younger kids, but she just loves it. I mean, she didn't think she was going to do it this year because she hurt her knee, and she's like, oh, I got to do Camp Dovetail. I love Camp Dovetail. And she just is so good with the little one, just like Macy with Bo, who's legally blind. I mean, they formed this bond with these kids, and I think there's nothing better than teaching young people how to be with a child with a special need. And I think that's so important for them to understand. They're just so similar to them. It's just they have something a little different, and you don't want to treat them differently. And I think that's the thing. I at one of my first trainings that I was doing the volunteers, I said, one thing you will never do, or I never want to hear in this meeting, I never want to hear you use the word retarded. I will be wash your mouth out with soap if I hear you use that word. Our kids, that's putting them down. They have a special needs, but you don't ever, because they were using it in a vulgar way, like, oh, that kid's so retarded. Not talking about our kids, but talking about somebody else. You don't use that word. That's disrespectful. These kids deserve our respect and our love. And there are certain things I won't tolerate, and that was one of them. And you don't hear that at our camp.
Yeah.
Nobody uses that word.
No, you don't hear that at all at camp.
That's not a good word.
Yeah. But again, I think it shows the passion that you and the staff and every volunteer has for these kids, and just those small interactions, they can make such a huge impact.
Right.
Yeah. Well, folks, we once again want to make one more call. We have a couple more minutes on those challenges. So right now we have two different people willing to match all pledges made up through 9:59. So a couple of minutes left. So I would encourage you, call. That $100 donation becomes a $300 donation. Call in, donate, 937-544-9722. We are still short by a few $1,000s, so please call in and donate. 937-544-9722. We're going to get ready to take our final break, but we will continue to take those pledges up through 10 o'clock and beyond. If our phones are still ringing, we will absolutely take your donations. 937-544-9722. And again, right now, two different challenges going. So $100 donated becomes $300. If you can donate $200, that's going to become $600. Call in and donate 937-544-9722. Or again, you can donate online at campdovetail.com. Once again, thank you to our sponsors. That includes Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. We'll be back to wrap things up and give you a final tally here in just a few minutes, right here on the 21st Annual SATH Radiothon on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage.
Instead, We'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103 and Good Guys Radio TV.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxter Tractor.
To get to know people as people, not just customers. That's very important to Mosier Furniture. Today, we were lucky enough to have two customers call us and brag about the fact that they loved their furniture and they're still loving it after a great number of years. We like to hear that. There's no doubt Mosier Furniture and Appliance has a lot of great customers, but we're always looking for more. Mosier Furniture and Appliance in West Union, Ohio. We're here whenever you need us.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interest, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Ohio. Because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Tony Staggs is your one-stop shop in Adams and Brown County for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Tony Staggs is ready to help. Call 937-544-0922 for surprisingly great rates today.
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Southern Ohio Propane, family owned and operated by Brian and Cindy Michael and Brad and Courtney Wright, serving Highland County and all surrounding counties. They value their current and future customers, offering competitive pricing and fast and friendly, dependable service. Trust Southern Ohio Propane with all your residential and farm propane needs. Call 937-466-5005 or visit southernohiopropane.com.
Welcome back in once more, folks, to our 21st annual SATH Radiothon here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com. We want to say thank you again to our incredible sponsors for stepping up and making this possible again this year, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxter Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. Well, Linda, we are down to our final few minutes here, but before we start, we're going to go through all of the pledges again here. But before we do start, we just want to put out one final call. We are still taking donations. Call in at 937-544-9722. And if you happen to be watching this in the future after we've wrapped up this radiothon tonight, if you can check it out on demand, Goodguysradiotv.com. We'll have it up there. If you happen to come across it, you're watching me now, donate at campdovetail.com. You can actually donate anytime. That's not a radiothon exclusive. You can donate at any point in the year.
Right. That's
campdovetail.com. So
That's right. That's right. And right now, if you call in, your pledge will be triple match. So hundreds, 300s. So whatever you want to do.
Very good.
All right. We'll go down the list here. Brandon Rigdon, our photographer guy tonight. Tony Staggs.
He
called
is
in.
Director-producer.
Oh, director-producer.
We're very specific
Brandon.
names.
Thank you. $20. Tony Staggs called in another $200.
Oh, thank you,
Brown
Tony.
County, does that say Longbeards?
The Brown County Longbeards.
Longbeards.
That's a great organization.
$100. Thank you.
That's awesome.
And then there was an anonymous donation in memory of Jordan Ryan for $250. And Nathan Bixler, $20. Tiffany Gobin, that's Peyton and River, my grandkids. They donated $80 to send 2 kids to camp. Another anonymous for $100. Julie Strawmeyer, $100. Mike and Maria Sowers, Tony's sister.
One of those.
$100. Stitch Happens, $100. Zane Cordray, $100. Jill Kelch, $100. The Lewis family, $800. Adams County Self-Storage, David and Nancy Hook, $600. Joyce Ryan in memory of Jordan, $100. Kelly and Mike Annan, $250. Mosier Furniture, Gary and Bonnie, $200. Dan Werwell, Brittany, Evan, Bryce, and Kaysen, $100. Steve Allen, $100. Venture Productions, $1,000. Edith and Gary Heaton, $125. Liz Lafferty and Dane Clark, $100. Mike and Kathy Pearson, $50. Horn Law Office, $50. Kelly Levenstein in honor of Matthew and Cooper Lewis, $600, sending 3 kids to camp. Mike and Mary Foley, $50. Ariana Bowles Norris, $50. Kenneth and Kimberly Smith, $100. Kimberly Young, $100. Kelly and Lauren Levenstein in honor of Cooper and Matthew, $1,600. They're sending 8 kids to camp. Tony Staggs, another $200. He's going to pledge $40 for each one of his 5 grandkids. John Howard in memory of Andy Howard, $200. Jessica Polstra in memory of Jeannie Polstra, $50. Cindy Wilson, $25. We had an anonymous $3,250. And then Kelly Levenstein did the match of $3,000. Chuck Emery, $200. And the Morristown 694 American Legion Post, $50.
That's awesome. And as of last I saw, we were sitting at $13,780, but there has been some higher math happening over there.
They're on the phone right
because
now.
we have had several folks call in and make a pledge in the last 10 or 15 minutes. And of course, during that time period, we were doing 2 different matches, so it becomes a whole mess of algebra and whatever else has to happen. So I think they're currently trying to work through those numbers and making those donations, trying to reach our final tally for the evening. So while we do that, Linda, let's just again make a call. Folks weren't able to donate tonight. Again, they can still donate at any time at campdovetail.com.
And they can use a credit card and just, make immediately we see it, comes right up on my phone. Like tonight, we've had half a dozen that did that. And they can do it anytime during the course of the year.
For sure. And with that as well, if you'd like to learn more about becoming a volunteer in whatever respect that might be, from coming out for a day and helping with cleanup or helping set up, all the way to volunteering during the week to being one of those one-on-one volunteers with a camper, learn more at campdovetail.com. Take us through that process, though, of making that step and making that decision, kind of some of the things that will happen.
If they come out to a camp meeting, at the camp meetings, we break into groups, like the kitchen people or the craft people or the horse people. They break into groups. And if you're interested in working with any of those groups, you can kind of meet with them. And if that's, I don't want to do that, then you could go to another group. And then they only have to come to a couple meetings. Now, if they want to work one-on-one with the kids, they will come and also get put in a group with some of these people, and they'll talk about the kids they have. And then they'll just go through several training meetings and get their paperwork filled out. And once the campers are assigned, then they'll get the information on their little camper and start learning about that child, and then be ready for their week, hopefully. But if they want to work with any other thing, like serving a meal or helping in the kitchen, we always need help in those capacities. We bring out a lot of people to help maybe with showering in the evening or cleanup or getting water to all the different sites. There's so many activities. If you say, I can't work one-on-one with a child, that's okay. We can use you in some other capacity during camp.
Absolutely.
So,
also want to remember that we do have some upcoming events for you. Turkey Bingo is your next big one. That is going to be set on November 18th. So give us some of the details on Turkey Bingo night.
it's at the Hillsborough Elementary. Soup supper starts at 5 o'clock. And then at 6 o'clock, the bingo starts. During intermissions, we have a cakewalk. And during the cakewalk, you can win a cake or a pie or something nice to take home. Because this is the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Right.
And then we give away 20 frozen turkeys, so you can take it home and get it ready for Thanksgiving. And the coverall. And then we give door prizes away and little snacks during the break. But it's usually a fun evening. Usually there's anywhere from 125 to 200 people that come out.
That's awesome.
And it's only 25 cents per card. You can play as many cards as you want. But it's usually very well received. And there's groups that come every year and enjoy it. And we're looking forward to it. It's a pretty good fundraiser. It's a lot of fun.
Again, coming up on November 18th at Hillsborough Elementary School. Go ahead and mark your calendars for that. Again, that's going to be that weekend prior to Thanksgiving. So you can kind of get things set for your big feast, win a turkey, or maybe even the whole feast itself at Turkey Bingo this year. Again, want to say thank you to our sponsors, including Adams County Self-Storage, Baxla Tractor Sales, Mosier Furniture and Appliance, the National Bank of Adams County, State Farm Insurance, Agent Tony Staggs, and Southern Ohio Propane. Again, a huge thank you to those folks, and thank you to all of the sponsors that we've had throughout the years. Again, this marks 21 years of the Radiothon, and added in the telethon a few years ago. So it's been an awesome thing to have that kind of grow and expand and change and continue to be supported in the capacity that it is. Thank you to all of the folks who have called in and made your pledges tonight. Again, if you are out there listening, you haven't pledged yet. I know they're working on finalizing the tally and doing that final math, but we can.
We've got it. 20,000. They're still figuring, but they're pretty sure.
I love
so
that.
If you haven't pledged yet, you want to call in. It's still okay because they're rounding them off.
There you go. Well, we're going to say we're at the $20,000 goal. Thank you to everybody who made that pledge and made that donation. Again, an incredible organization SATH is, and Camp Dovetail. What a special week this is for kids with special needs. Again, they're still working on that final tally to be 100%, but it's going to be at 20,000. I think that having those double at
triples.
the end is holding us up a little bit, but we're doing great. I think we can firmly say we've at least reached the $20,000 goal and maybe beyond. But again, if you were unable to donate tonight, head to campdovetail.com, learn more about this incredible organization, and please donate, folks. Linda, thank you so much for joining us again this year. It's been a blast, and
looking forward to next year.
Already, yeah. Just like camp, it'll be here before we know it, right?
Yep, 365 days.
Moves right along. Well, a big thank you to our director and producer, Brandon Rigdon.
Thank you,
doing
Brandon.
a great job behind the camera and keeping everything rolling here tonight for C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com. I'm Matt Hildebrand. Thank you all for helping us reach that $20,000 goal again this year to help benefit SATH and Camp Dovetail. For all of us here, have a great rest of your evening. Thanks for joining us here on C103, 99.5 The Edge, and Goodguysradiotv.com.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage.
Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up to the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103 and Good Guys Radio TV.
We all look up to someone. Could be parents, teachers, or coaches. They give and give and give, and then they give some more. Their impact, immeasurable. Their sacrifices, too many to count. So to all the mentors in our lives who helped us get to right here and now, thank you.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Indian location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.